tourism investments and to assess the changes in employment opportunities and household income, and finally to estimate the economic value of Samburu tourist as a tourist destination. So the study area, as I have told you, it includes Samburu and Buffalo Springs National Reserves. They form a single ecosystem, and this ecosystem is arid and semi-arid. Rainfall there is minimal, and the temperature also 25 to 29.
2 minutes to go, high. Please. 2 minutes to go.
Okay, all right, okay. So that is the study area that I am talking about. And you can see that river, and it is traversing Samburu and the Buffalo Springs. So the methods that were used, I did the purposive sampling to select the respondents to participate in the study, and then dichotomous questionnaires were distributed, and the results, there was a response of 45%. The rate, the response rate was 45%, and that is the demographic information on the respondents. Yes, so there was a loss. The results indicated there was loss in revenue in the lodges and in the tented camps. The tented camps lost more, and the loss was in billion, so that is about 4.6 billions of investment lost for the tented camps, and about 3.8 billion loss for the lodges. Then there was revenue loss, so there was about 0.23 and 0.18 loss in million USD dollars for the tented camps and the lodges. That is the loss of income, and the respondents, the most of them, over 70%, said that they had a large reduction in their income. And then for the unemployment, the employees in the hotel, the dancers, the Samburu dancers, and the guides lost their jobs. But the people who lost most of the people who lost the jobs are the guides. Then the relationship between the flooding events and income and the employment indicates that the flooding events affect the employment and the income negatively. Then there was the general assessment of the value of the Samburu National Reserve, and it was valued at the USD dollars 11 billion. Okay, so the flooding events.
Please wind up, please.
Have as we have seen, have caused a lot of destruction, and the loss is worth billions of US dollars. Employment opportunities have also been lost. Livelihoods and household income has reduced. And so the recommendations include the readjustments of investments to include climate change preparedness to minimize the losses. Also, recommendations include policies at the county level and national level to advise or guide future investments so that they don't invest along the river. Other recommendations include strengthening existing investments to improve their resilience, and also to undertake environmental restoration, especially along the river, where this is going to reduce the impact of the flood water. And then we also need to diversify accommodations so that tourists don't have to stay in the lodges along the rivers. They can also live among the communities in the homestays. Yes, thank you.
An official hand of applause, please. Thank you, Dr. Teresia, for your good presentation. Dr. Professor Dube and Ms. Mosia, the floor is yours, 10 minutes. Kindly be advised to stick to the major points of your paper.
Thank you, everyone, and good morning. My name is Malika Musia. I will be presenting to you today about climate and conservation challenges facing botanical gardens in South Africa's Gauteng urban spaces in the context of COVID-19. Botanical gardens are critical primary institutions involved in research, maintenance, collection, and conserving of indigenous plant species. They are important educational centers increasing public awareness. They are important recreational centers where people can relax. They promote sustainable environment amongst the community. They provide a friendly and reliable environment for visitors. They bring peace, stimulation, and tranquility among visitors. They specialize in leisure, scientific study, protect, display, and hold a collection of rare plant species. Collection of plant species in botanical gardens are significantly at risk due to climate change impacts. Plant diversity is currently being lost at an unrivaled rate, resulting in associated decrease in ecosystem services. There is change in many plant species and animals in botanic gardens due to climatic conditions. Biodiversity is strictly under threat in remark from a range of anthropogenic impacts. The increased influence caused by human activity is blamed for environmental damage. Human activities have increased dramatically, within which tourism is deeply impacted. Land use changes and climate change mainly affect biodiversity. Implications of COVID-19 on botanical gardens. COVID-19 pandemic has led to the detriment of operation of botanical gardens worldwide. Lockdown measures disrupted the living standards and lifestyle of urban populations. Tourist behavior and travel preferences significantly changed, and this affected the functionality of botanical gardens as they had to shut down. Also, COVID-19 led to a decline in tourist revenue. The aim of the study was to investigate conservation challenges faced by botanical gardens in Gauteng province due to climate variability and change. The research questions were to: what are the conservation challenges faced by national botanical gardens in Gauteng due to the impact of climate variability and change? What conservation measures adapted to adapt to climatic challenges? The study was conducted in 2 national botanical gardens, which are Pretoria National Botanical Gardens and Waltasi Zulu National Botanical Gardens. The Waltasi Zulu National Botanical Garden was established in 1982 and was previously known as the Witwatersrand National Botanical Garden. The garden was later named Waltasi Zulu Botanical Garden after the late Mr. Waltasi Zulu. It has a long history of being an iconic attraction because of the Witbochi waterfall. It covers 300 hectares of landscape and natural world. It is also a popular spot for two famous black eagles. It contains a collection of black species, indigenous trees, succulents, and cycads. The Pretoria National Botanical Garden was established in 1946, and it was previously a research facility managed under the Botanical Research Institute. It covers 76 hectares of the area. It contains medicinal plants, aloes, tree species, and many more. The research methodology. A case study research approach was applied in this study, adapting a mixed method research. Various techniques were used to collect data, whereby an online semi-structured in-depth key informant interviews were conducted with SANBI officials and experts knowledgeable in tourism and climate change. Field observations were done to extract evidence of climate change in botanical gardens. Online self-administered survey was conducted, was done to collect data from the visitors in the garden. Secondary and archival data was used to trace documentation of past climate change, Secondary and archival data was used to trace climate change documentation of past extreme weather events that affected the botanical gardens. Purposive sampling and snowball sampling were used in the study. Content and thematic analysis were used to analyze interview data and secondary data. The main candle trend test was conducted on both rainfall and temperature data. The XL-STAT 2021 was used to track the climatic trend. The question pro text analysis was used for the survey data. The two diagrams shows the annual rainfall pattern for Pretoria and Johannesburg. The diagrams shows that there has been an increased annual rainfall variability. Some years are wet and others are extremely dry. In Pretoria, the trend suggests that there is no change to average amount of rainfall. In Johannesburg, there is a general average rainfall decline. There were months with statistical significant rainfall decline in Johannesburg, which were October, August, February, September, November, and December. Months with statistically significant rainfall decline in Pretoria were January, February, April, May, and August. The impact of climate variability and change. The drought reduced water supply and availability in the gardens. There were changes in flowering patterns. Some vegetation species were dying off due to droughts. Tourists were complaining of deterioration in vegetation quality. Some picnic spots were losing their quality, especially in the natural forests, whereby flies are dying. There was changes in migration pattern of some bird species popular with visitors at the garden. Some portion of the gardens were being invaded by alien species which distort natural landscape. There was an increased frequency and intensity of fire at the Walter Sisulu Botanical Garden.
2 minutes left.
The conservation measures, the gardens adapted to the smart garden initiatives, which were planting of drought-resistant plants, such as succulent plants, as you see. They did cutting and weeding out of invasive alien species, use of smart irrigation initiatives such as drip irrigation, changes to garden irrigation schedules to reduce water loss, protection of at-risk species through various ways. There was creation of beehives at Pretoria Botanical Gardens to protect flowers and bee extinction. The climate change adaptation in the gardens invested in rainwater harvesting tanks. They conducted the water-wise ponds and fountains to manage drought. They conducted irrigation systems to water wisely. They made use of mulching to reduce water runoff and soil erosion. In conclusion, the study confirmed climate variability and change in botanical gardens with significant threats to flora and fauna. It emerged that an increase in droughts was of concern over the years, with substantial decline in average annual rainfall. The increased frequency of droughts threatened flora and fauna in the gardens and water usage and supply. Increased temperatures in drier months increased watering demands for the gardens, which pushes irrigation costs. The COVID-19 pandemic also had adverse effects on botanical gardens operations, affecting the income generated from visitors. The study therefore recommends a need for improved research to address and administer more adaptation strategies to reduce climate variability and change in botanical gardens. There should also be a need for funding to continue the climate change projects that were disrupted by COVID-19 pandemic for the protection of botanical gardens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Second hand of applaud to Dr. and Professor Dube. Thank you for your good presentation. Dr. Goroi Ebenezer, the floor is yours. 10 minutes, please. All this.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to present on tourist safety and security, a SWOT analysis for the Tourism and Diplomatic Police Unit, a case of the Arusha Tourism and Diplomatic Police Unit. So my names are Ebenezer Goroi, a lecturer at St. Augustine University of Tanzania, and I'm the head of tourism department at South Arusha. So to start with, let's start with the introduction part. Now we have a concept of tourism-oriented policing, which technically is a very new concept in our police work, and of course is something that has not well developed in the context of the Tanzanian as a country. So the study employs a Hunter's 2003 definition of tourism-oriented policing to mean that a philosophy of policing based on the concept that specially trained police officers work closely with business leaders, airport authorities, tourism support businesses, private citizens, can help prevent or tremendously reduce the tourism problems related to crime, fear of crime, and the decay of the neighborhoods through which tourists frequently travel. So basically, in Tanzania, the Tourism and Diplomatic Police Unit was established in 2009 as a deliberate act by the Tanzanian police force to safeguard tourists and diplomats' safety and security within our country. And in that particular context, since its inception, there is no particular study that has been done specifically to cater for the SWOT analysis of these specific areas. So a comprehensive SWOT analysis helps institutions, including the Tanzanian police force, to get up-to-date visibility of their current status and, of course, development of safety and security within our region. So the methodology that was used in the context of this study, the research approach, design, and sampling techniques. So technically, the study adopted a qualitative approach. It was a purely qualitative approach study, and of course, we used a case study design in this context. So purposive sampling techniques was used, in which specific representatives of the police, tourism, and diplomatic unit, of course, from all the districts of Arusha regions, including Arusha, Arumeru, Longido, Monduli, and Karatu, constituted part of the interviews and focus group discussions within this study. So data collection tools that were used, of course, we had one, focus group discussions, in which a total of 17 respondents from the Tourism Diplomatic Police Unit were divided into 3 groups. And of course, the groups were supervised by experienced moderators, as seen in some of the pictures there. But also we had interviews in which a total of 3 interviews were carried out with the prominent officers of the Tourism and Diplomatic Police Unit. I myself administered some of the interviews with high-ranking police officials within the context of safety and security. But also we had participant observation. Of course, it was partial participant observation in which I myself actively engaged in some of the activities, of course, of the research participants. In the span of more of 6 months, I immersed myself working with the police force and checking upon the regulatory and, of course, procedural operation in which this research is based on. And, of course, I gained a lot of insights from it. Now, the analysis that was used, of course, data was collected in the form of written and audio tapes, in which the first step in the analysis of the data was transcription. We transcribed handwritten notes in Swahili languages, which were retyped in English, and of course, the audio recordings served as backups were also put in a summary form. Then the researcher used a manual thematic coding to describe and explain the themes that emerged within the data. Themes discussions were later on backed by discourse and content analysis of issues brought up by the participants, and of course, documents on issues related to these studies. So the findings of this SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat, involves some of the key findings as explained below. Number 1, the strength, of course, it was understood that they have reliable transport facilities. As we recall that, the respondent pointed out that the unit has been reliable transport facilities donated by TATO, which is the Tanzania Association of Tour Operators, to handle safety and security within their particular areas. One of the elements, of course, one of the individuals say that we are very fortunate to have TATO as our, for instance, TDP posts in Kikatiti, Arusha, in which they have offices in which each and every tour operator or rather a driver has to pass through this point to be checked, for instance, in terms of if they have taken alcohol or other substances in that particular matter. So also we have a TDP post at Karatu. Of course, the offices are very small. So I went there, I stayed with some of the tourism officials, and I also participated in the activities. So I immersed myself in those activities, which gave me insights to understand more about the operational procedures of the police force. But also, another strength, of course, is well-trained officers. As you can see, some of the officers, of course, the top management officers, including Isabella Tenga, were facilitated to go abroad, of course, in China, and took varied courses relating to tourism management, specifically for safety and security. And of course, they came back. Those are some of the pictures where he was in China and some of the other officials. They got a lot of comprehensive training. Then they came back, of course, funded by UNDP. I was also part and parcel of the in-country training, in which we trained other police officials within each and every district, making sure that the knowledge that we got from China was translated to the people that are going to work on the base itself. So another, of course, now comes to weaknesses. Number 1 is, of course, shortage of human resource. There are not too much police officers that understand the concept of tourism. I can recall the other day I was discussing with some officials, and they don't even understood that you can have a drifter as a tourist. So I think those are some of the challenges which we have to address in the coming days. But also, some of the weaknesses include lack of clear policies and guidelines guiding the unit, specifically tourism guidelines, insufficient communication links with various stakeholders dealing with tourism, lack of comprehensive tourism knowledge, as I explained prior. When it comes, of course, to opportunities, we understand that Arusha is a gateway of tourism activities. So there's a presence of tourists and, of course, diplomats in the region, but also availability of tourism training institutions as NCT, National College of Tourism, St. Augustine University of Tourism, Mweka, IIA, and other institutions, but also other stakeholders, including TATO, TANAPA, NCAA, and the others. But threats, of course, we have an increase of unprofessional tour operators. As you can see those pictures, I also participated in some of the cases that unprofessional tour operators conned some of the tourists. So if you can see on one of the pictures there, we had tourists that were conned and, of course, left in the hotels, and the tour operators did not arrive at the scene. So we had to track them down, and, of course, some of the money was refunded to the tourists, which in turn created a positive image for our country.
2 minutes.
Okay, but also threats, of course, we have an increase of criminal offenses committed by tourists, one including making false reports drug-related offenses and traffic offenses, fraud, assaults, and prostitution. So we recommend the following. Number one, we recommend that we develop a policy framework and define key focus areas for the Tourism and Diplomatic Police Unit. 2, developing a code of conduct that is in line with the Global Code of Conduct for Tourism. 3, develop a tailor-made training curriculum for basic tourism operation to be formulated and incorporated in the police academies countrywide, meaning that in Dar es Salaam, Moshi, and in Zanzibar also. But also, tourism stakeholders should encourage for a bill to be brought to the Parliament for a formulation of a fully fledged tourism unit to improve safety and security. Now they are operating as a very small unit within the police force. So it has to be a fully fledged unit, for instance, like the FFU and the like. But also, lastly, it is recommended that future studies on tourism-oriented policing should be also attempt to engage participants in a wider cross-section of police officers in all densely populated tourism destinations. So we make sure that all the populated tourist destinations, for instance, Dar es Salaam, the southern zone, northern zone, have a specific element of tourism policing to make sure that safety is secured within our country. That being said, thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you, Dr. Groy. A second hand of applaud, please. Asante sana. It is now time for discussion and comments, if any. Watu wawili watatu, please. Is there anyone? Pale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wanatosha. 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 5. Natosha. Okay. Fine. Can we start there?
Thank you, Chairman. I have 2 questions. One is actually directed at you, our distinguished chair. From the presentation that you made before you began chairing, and you touched on an area that is very dear to me, the area of environment for work, and what we need to really do so that we make staff be at ease, so that they can dedicate all their energies to productivity. Now, I would like you, because this is a tourism-oriented international conference, whether you could specifically guide us on what areas we need to touch so that staff working in the tourism industry, hospitality industry, can have the best possible work environment, so that they don't have to think about their personal issues. They are just able to do their best and make sure that we are more productive than we are currently. My second question is to Dr. Dixon on the factors that are affecting domestic tourism, and in particular when he took us through the long list of why domestic tourism is not really very well established, possibly in Tanzania and also in countries like Kenya. And I took note of matter of disposable income, and but my concern is I think we need to go beyond that long list that you gave us. Because before you can have disposable income, you need to satisfy other basic needs. And perhaps going forward, some of this research need not just look at tourism alone, but needs to link it with other livelihood issues. Because if I can't feed my family, if I don't have a house, I don't have water for drinking and other basic needs, how will I be able to travel and, engage in tourism? So we need to also focus on those other areas, because most of the people who visit Africa from Europe and Americas do so because the basic needs have already been satisfied, and therefore they are now able to travel and enjoy nature. So Dr. Dixon, maybe you can put a comment or two on that. Thank you very much, Chairman.
I think before we forget, let us respond to this first and then go to the next person. You start and then you start and then I come on. Try to be brief. When you ask a question, please try to be brief. Whenever you respond, try to be brief, for the sake of time.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor, for your constructive criticism on the presentation. Not criticism as such, but contribution. Yeah, what we've been saying is very important, that we have to relook on the livelihood policies, how we can minimize poverty within the community, so that many people, we can reduce also the dependency ratios. For example, you can find someone is living in Dar es Salaam, but he or she is having about 50 relatives in the village who are depending on them. So even if you get 3 million a month, it's not even enough to keep. But if the income gap was reduced, then that could help to reduce the dependency ratio, and more people could have income for traveling. But also to look on the policies, how to adjust the policies to make sure that the employers can have a certain segment of income that can be used for traveling, or during the holiday you can have some kind of holiday entitlement for the employees. This includes both government and the private employees. Thank you very much. Hope I've managed to touch some of the important issues.
Thank you so much. Hello. Okay, thank you for your question. Areas to touch. The first area is the issue of motivation. We have to think of that. People need to be motivated. So we have to think of incentives for these employees. That is a very important area. The second one is conducive working environment. That is very, very important for employees. Otherwise, forget about good performance of employees. Fair treatment. We have to treat people equally and avoid biasness and favoritism, things of that sort. And we have also to make good use of what we call professional counselors when they face such problems, stress, whether related to family or relationship or whatever, maybe or work. We have to think of having even departments to do with the counseling psychology issues at our working place. I think this will also help our employees to get rid of such unnecessary things which can be harmful to their health and their job performance. Thank you so much. Okay, I would like to invite the second. Yes, ladies first, maybe the second. Yes, be brief, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a few comments to my colleagues who presented. To start with is Dr. Teresia Njeri. Thank you for your very good presentation, in which you looked at the impact from 2010 to 2019, if I'm not mistaken. That is almost 9 to 10 years. But also, as we continue doing our research, I would also recommend you can also look at the econometrics models and do the forecast, whereby the factors would remain the same, and also recommend what would happen if nothing is changing that also can be a very good angle of looking at it. And then you can keep on tracking those factors. If they change, then obviously they will change your results in the 10 or 9 years. But also I have a comment to my colleague from South Africa, Ms. Mosia. Thank you for your very good presentation as well. In your methodology, you had so many ways of collecting data, if I'm not mistaken. You had the online survey, you had again used the non-sampling techniques in which you used purposive, and then you went to snowballing, you also went to observations. When you do have a lot of data collected by different methods, at some point you increase the errors when you conclude your study. So I was wondering, how did you manage all these data as you are winding up your study? But also to Dr. Goroy, a colleague from Arusha, I also have another comment. This is a very good study. As you said, it has not been researched before. But my issue here is the issue of sustainability, because most of these activities are being funded. And you find that there are a few key people who are really playing a very big role in making sure things do happen. So from the sustainability point of view, what will happen if these people, some of them you have mentioned, like the chairman of TATO, Mr. Chamburo, who has been really doing a lot of work, what will happen? But of course, I appreciate that you had recommended that there will be policy issues later on, but as of now, what could we have done? So maybe you have one line of sustainability. They can come up with a funding basket to start looking for funds so that they have their own source of funding instead of depending from other sources. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions and comments. Mosia, she has just given a comment. Don't respond to a comment. Comment is a comment. Goroy, can you please respond to what was asked? Yes. Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Shogo, my colleague. So now the issue of sustainability is very important, as you said, you pointed out. We also saw that as a very, as a challenge. But as I said in my recommendation part, of course, we have policy implication and whatsoever. But I said we have to create, or rather to champion that it has to go to Parliament. So we have a bill that can create a specific unit, which can have a budget allocation from the government and of course other stakeholders in such. Because as you can see, currently they only wish to get support from TATO and other stakeholders as explained before. So I think we should make sure that at least we lobby, go to Parliament, have a bill that can create a specific unity by law so that it has allocation in the budget of course of the government itself, so that at least it becomes sustainable in the near future.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, at the corner there. And
Thank
then
you
we'll come
very
this
much.
way. Yes, there, then we come this side. Okay.
I am Chaz, and I have 2 questions and 1 recommendation. But before that, I profoundly and terrifically commend for all presenters for the wonderful presentations. The first recommendation goes to Dr. Goroy Ebeneza, and is actually a professional recommendation. From the background of strategic management, and particularly contemporary, modern contemporary strategic management, we must remember that SOT, which has a threat, is originally comes from the army force. But currently, we have shifted to modern contemporary strategic management, including SOT, moving from SOT to SOC. So from the way you have presented, you were much talking of SOC, which is challenges or constraint, rather than use the word threat, which always is applied in the army to threaten the enemies. That is the first recommendation. The second is the question that goes to Dixon J. Shekivuli. Small-scale tourism depends also on medium scale and large scale. And COVID-19 affected both. How did we control this effect or this potential as far as medium and large scale tourism is concerned? And the second question goes to Dr. Teresia Njeri.
How many questions do you have?
2 questions, 1 recommendation.
Can you please wind up? Okay.
The last question goes to Dr. Teresia Njeri. How did you control the climate change before, during, and after COVID-19? How did you control before, during, and after COVID-19 so that we are able to clear out the results? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions and comments. Goroi, you have nothing to respond. We're just comments. Dixon, can you just briefly, and then Teresia?
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for your very important question. Yes, we know that COVID-19 has affected both large scale, medium, and small scale tourism. But we have seen that there are several strategies that have been employed, both by individuals and the government. For example, the Royal Tour is one of the key strategies that intends to alleviate the setbacks which have been imposed by COVID-19 in tourism market, but also promoting domestic tourists rather than waiting for international visitors or inbound visitors. This is another strategy which basically helps to fill the gap, though it is not that, it may not be that significant as to international tourism, but it can help in somehow to fill the gap. But also improve other economically related activities, which are sub-activities within tourism market, that can help also to improve income of the entrepreneurs who are working in tourism market. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Enoch. I had a humble request for the last speaker, who is Dr. Goroi. My issue is, I think we are from East Africa and SADC, members from SADC. Can we have an experience from those countries if they have that police among ourselves here? Because I had some news that one of the East African members, they have this formal of the tourism and police. So, Dr. Enoch, please, can we have a comment from those regions that have this? Thank you.
Goro, is this yours, Goroi? Is this yours? It's directed to you, I think? Yes. Yes. So before you respond to that, please, Teresia, can you respond to that comment, and then you come over, please. And then we finish there.
Thank you.
Because our time is not friendly.
You can hear me? Yes. All right. Your question is how I controlled climate change during COVID. My work, or the research work I have presented today, was looking at the effect of flooding Flooding is one of the effects of climate change. Drought is another effect. Emergency of infectious diseases. And COVID-19 is one of the infectious diseases. Other infectious diseases that have been recorded in the past include SARS, and there was avian flu, and they are linked to changes in climate. So I was not controlling climate. I was looking at the effects of climate change. I zeroed on the flooding. In that region, we also have drought, and they usually occur in extremes. So you have, like now, right now, as we speak, we have extreme droughts, and then they will be followed by extreme flooding. So they usually come in their extremes. Yes. I hope I have answered your question. Thank you.
Yes.
So actually what she was asking was, can we get experience from other members of the SADC countries, of course including South Africa and other places? I think that was your concern, eh? Yeah, that was her concern. If she can get other, experiences from other countries. But technically what I know is that Tanzania, in Africa, Tanzania is the first country to develop such initiative. Of course, Kenya has, but it has a very small unit that has operations in the coast of Mombasa and other places. South Africa also has, but it's not that operational as in our country. So I can't speak for other countries, but of course, if you go to Europe, if you go to Asia, if you go to America, these are fully fledged police units that specifically operationalize in those areas. So if you can chip in, Prof.
Yes, Prof, you want to chip in? Just briefly, please.
Maybe just to set the record straight, in Kenya we have 2 units. We have the tourist police unit, which is specifically deals with the tourist protection of facilities and the tourists themselves. And we also have the diplomatic police unit. So they're 2 separate units. Thank you, Chair.
May allow the last one. Please just be brief so that we go to the next round of our presentations because we are behind time.
Just a quick question to Dr. Goroi. One, how do you manage the conflict of duty between different categories of police managing tourist-related issues? That's one. The other thing, how do you change the police from their mental training in terms of handling visitors and handling our locals, because most of them have already been trained to be hard and hit hard. How do they convert them from that mentality to handling customers? And finally, did you look at this from the customer perspective? How do our customers feel once they see people in uniform when they have come for holiday?
Goroi, can you respond just in one sentence?
That's a very good observation. Of course, one of the things, those are some of the challenges that we have. And of course, one of the things that we did is creating tailor-made programs, specifically in changing the attitude and mindset of those police officers. For instance, we had a training in Arusha, specifically for those that are, tourism police that are within Arusha. We went also to Zanzibar. If you look at Zanzibar, for instance, they even changed the uniforms. The tourism police unit does not appear in the same uniform as normal police. So they have like a soft type of uniform. Of course, they don't carry guns and whatsoever. So I think there's a very hard work to be done specifically in changing the attitudes and making sure that we go to all police schools and making sure that at least they understand, the customers' perspectives in terms of tourism experience and so on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Goroi, for your response, and thank you for your comments and questions. Let us now go through the second round of our presentations. I'd like now to invite Isabella. Dr. Mutana here. Is Dr. Mutana here? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Ngwenya, is Dr. Ngwenya here? Okay, Dr. Charles Rafa, could you please come in front? These are your seats. Once I mention your name, you just come forward. Dr. Ngwenya, Dr. Mutana, Dr. Charles, Dr. Konanani, Mr. Miri, Safina Mshana, whoever, Miss Jacqueline, Elena, Sharon, Ernest, Jessica, Mukungamago. These are the presenters for this second round. Karibuni sana, you are warmly welcome. MC, can you please say something before we proceed? Okay, beautiful, beautiful. My dear participants, we have now to proceed with the second round of our presentations. Now it's a privilege and honor to invite Isabella Mwampamba to present her paper. Please consider time allotted for you, yes, 10 minutes. You are welcome. Yes. After Isabella, then we will move to Mutana and Ngwenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, good morning. How are you? My name is Isabella Mwampamba, Tanzania Tourism Ambassador. When you are speaking about COVID-19 in Tanzania, you must remember that when COVID-19 came to Tanzania, I was the first person to be announced with the COVID-19 in my country. I was diagnosed in Arusha on 15th, 2020, after landed from Brussels, Belgium. And what I heard from Belgium and what I've seen there through their TV program during those times when I was there, those people who were coming from countries which has hit with the COVID, they were isolating themselves and they were going to the hospitals. So I said, when I go back to my country, I will dedicate my life. I will not go home, but I will isolate myself to the hotel, and then I will go to the hospital for checkup. It was not easy, because when the people they were getting the news to the TV, even myself, I was getting the news when I was in the hotel. It was like, what? But I breathe in and breathe out. I say, I'm ready just to die alone for my country. The point here is that when we are speaking about the post-COVID-19 resilience and the recovery strategy for tourism in developing countries, we need to ask ourselves, who is responsible for the recovery? Me, you, the ministry, the president? Who is that? Because in here, when we were speaking about post-COVID-19, and when we relate with the tourism, we are speaking about on how we are going to rebuild again now the tourism industry, because it has been hit. Now, every country is just trying to see on how they can sell their country. For example, taking the example of this conference meeting, I've been asking the organizer if they have arranged maybe the farm trip for the people who have come outside the Tanzania. I've been trying to share with the Professor Musyoki if they are ready maybe for me to arrange their trip to Zanzibar tomorrow morning. But who is responsible to sell the attractions in the country? That's why, after God healed me from COVID-19, I said I would dedicate my life just to speak and to promote the tourism in my country, because it was the only sector which has been hit. I'm standing before you this morning just to tell you we are responsible to sell our tourism attraction. And for example, we in Tanzania, I can take the case of our Excellence, our President, Samia Suluhu Hassan. She took a great initiative. And she has just come with saying it's like a gift to us. She has already given us a tool to work with it to the international level. But maybe there are very few people who have understood the president. So I argue all Tanzania to make sure that we support the vision of our president of promoting the domestic tourism, but also the international tourism. So I have just stand here just to give you the testimony that what are we supposed to do to promote our tourism just after the COVID has hit. How many minutes left, please? 2. No.
Are you done? Actually,
are you? No, please.
It's true.
It's true, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. That guy who was setting the TV, where are they?
I'm here.
You're here?
Yes.
I have the video just to share it for 2 minutes.
Did you share your video?
Yes. With that man, the short one. I don't know where is he.
Okay. So I think you have to talk to the chair so that you are allowed to do that.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. If I'm not allowed.
Okay, you are allowed. Okay, yeah. Just 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where is that video?
Since it is a testimony, so.
Yeah, it's a testimony.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please.
Nani alipewa video jamani? The person who was given the video, who was it?
Isabella, can you do this later?
It's okay. Thank you very much. Most welcome.
Thank you, Isabella. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Isabella was giving us a testimony which seems to be very inspiring and touching. So, Isabella, thank you so much. Now let me invite Dr. Mutana and Ngwenya to present what they have prepared for us. Are they around? Dr. Mutana and Ngwenya, are they around? Charles? Okay, please. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I am CRN Chaz from Arusha Technical College, the head of research, publications, and documentation, but also I'm the lecturer, researcher, and the consultant in strategic management, business communication, research in practice, just to mention the few among many. On this onset, I would like to insist that I'm going to talk about survival strategies. And survival strategies originally comes from business, particularly when there is economic crisis in business. And always the solution is to consider to take off of what we call survival strategies. So here, I'm going to present survival strategies that were used during COVID-19 by the tour guides and reporters in Arusha. Since we started this conference, everybody is insisting that the tourism and hospitality industry has been growing vastly and very fast. And the statistics are there in terms of the contribution rate of this industry to the GDP, provision of employment opportunities, as well as even the provision of foreign exchange, and other contributions of the industry is so vast. And in that speed of growing of the industry, the hit occurred in early 2019, whereby it was affected by COVID-19. And at the beginning I said the tour guides and porters are one of the people employed in the industry. So when the hit of COVID-19 came, these porters and tour guides were as well affected. Now, although there was the hit of COVID-19, these tour guides, the porters, could not die. Some went on with their lives. They carried on with their lives. It was very important now to know how did they survive? What kind of strategies did they use to survive? Because they totally depended on tourism and hospitality. But the same industry was hit. Now, how did they survive? Because they were no longer now depending on their industry, that is tourism and hospitality. This study had, therefore, 3 objectives. One is to identify the strategies used by these tour guides and porters. But secondly, to compare now After identifying those strategies, we came up with 2 strategies: tourist, the strategies which were tourist-based and non-tourist-based. So we had to compare now the capacity power, which were more working during COVID-19. And later on also we had to establish the relationship, particularly the statistical relationship between these identified strategies and the survival of the porters and tour guides. This study was approached quantitatively and qualitatively due to the nature of the objectives of this study. The first objective was more of qualitative in nature, and the second and third one were in quantitative in nature. And actually, we used the exploratory study to explore the strategies. Later on, we had to describe and explain how these strategies in relationship to the survival of these tour guides. And Arusha was picked as the area of the study because at the beginning in 2020, Kilimanjaro was already studied, but Arusha is also one of the principal area, and it has the closest relationship with the Kilimanjaro, and also due to the other touristic attractions that are available in the area. And 250 tour guides and porters were sampled through stratified sampling technique and purposive sampling technique. And purposive in the sense that the leaders and the administrators of these tour guides were to be interviewed deeply to obtain some data. And again, these tour guides and porters had different characteristics. So we had to stratify them because in research we have what we call homogeneity and heterogeneity, so that you come up with a variation and you don't find just studying one group of the tour guides and the porters. Data were collected principally using the interview, unstructured and semi-structured interview, and self-administered questionnaire in Kiswahili language. The data obtained were analyzed using the content analysis, particularly qualitative. The other were analyzed using descriptive statistics, especially the mean scores and standard deviations. And we also analyzed the obtained data by using the t-test. And remember, there are 2 types of t-test, paired and independent. So here we used the paired test. And the multiple linear regression. But multiple linear regression are always 3 types, but here we use what we call standard or simultaneous multiple linear regression. Findings are here presented based on the objectives of the study. The first objective was to identify the strategies. Using the descriptive statistics in terms of mean, the strategies that were identified include personal saving, gifts and grants from the tourists, subsistence allowance from their bosses, their employers. Remember, these tour guides and porters are under the tour guide operating companies. Small business and entrepreneurship, sedentary livestock keeping, and subsistence small-scale farming were the strategies used. Number 1, number 2, and number 3 are tourist-based strategies, and number 4, 5, and 6 were non-tourist-based strategies. The second objective of this study was to do now the comparison between the tourist strategies and non-tourist strategies. And here I used the paired t-test. Now in paired t-test, you consider 3 things when you are giving your results. You consider the overall significance level, which shows whether there was the significance difference or not. Number 2, the comparison means, or you compare the 2. And 3, you consider also the size effect of the intervention, which is actually the COVID-19. So from the results, we find that there was the significant difference between the tourist-based strategies and non-tourist strategies. Number 1 to 3, as I said at the beginning, and 4, 5, and 6. With the t-test value, with a t-value of 2.394 and the degree of freedom of 29 value.
Think of winding, please, Doctor.
And when you find, when you compare, SS means strategic tourist strategies. And when you compare now the tourist strategies and non-tourist strategies, you find that there was the significant difference, whereby during COVID-19, non-tourist strategies, that is small-scale farming, livestock keeping, and small businesses were more powerful than using the grants, the saving from tourism. And lastly, if you find a statistical relationship, whether these strategies could maintain their survival, you really find almost all when you refer to the red numbers. If it is less than 0.5 or less than 0.1, automatically all the strategies were very applicable during the COVID-19. Therefore, all these strategies were helpful to the tour guides and porters to survive during COVID-19, and the power capacity of these strategies was 57% out of 100, which means if you take 100 minus 57, the remaining was contributed by other things, but all these strategies by 50% could help the tour guide and porters to survive. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your very scientific study, very scientific one. We really appreciate. A second of applause, please. A hand of applause. Thank you so much. So let us now move to Dr. Konanani. Are you around? It is your time, please. Karibu.
Good morning. How are you? I am Dr. Konanani Twala. For those that joined us today, those that were here yesterday, I'm sure you remember me. I am from Vaal University of Technology, and my expertise is in marketing, tourism marketing, or rather the marketing of tourism products. But today, as per the theme, I'll be presenting about the examining COVID-19 recovery and resilience of Cape Town as a tourist destination post-COVID. Okay, so the tourism industry is one of the fastest growing industries globally. It's a major contributor to the GDP and job opportunities of many countries. In South Africa, pre-COVID-19, the growth of the industry was evident, with a straight contribution to the GDP at 127.9 billion and the overall contributions at 402.2 billion. However, this changed due to COVID-19. There was significant decrease in tourist numbers and a limited contribution to job opportunities as the industry shrank to levels never seen in the recent history. The ban of non-essential travel and closure of all tourism sectors such as tourist attractions, accommodations, casinos, restaurant car rentals, etc. Was negatively affected. The pandemic's impact on the tourism industry has been overwhelming in the South African tourism market. It was further noted that international tourist arrivals dropped by 86%, and adversely impacting accommodation bookings as well as air reservations. Due to the outbreak, destinations and communities such as Cape Town that rely heavily on international arrivals were the most susceptible to the effect of the regulations that were imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Tourism establishments that were doing well with high occupancy rate before the pandemic, and they were profitable. But after the pandemic, they all reported financial losses because of the pandemic. So for instance, some of the existing bookings were cancelled, visitors flow closed, and operations stopped. This left business owners with the challenge of paying staff and bills, with some having to dip into their savings. Some had to negotiate pay cuts. For the others, they had to retrench workers, and for many, closing down the businesses was the only way out. Amongst the tourism enterprises in Cape Town, only 32% were able to generate alternative income during the lockdown. Such enterprises employed small adaptive strategies as an alternative and measure with the hope of saving their businesses. The recovery of tourism in Cape Town and South Africa is thus crucial because the sector's economic significance and contribution to employment opportunities. The pandemic had a particularly destructive impact on 8 metropolitans in South Africa. It is not difficult to understand why this has been the case, given that many depend on tourism as a critical socio-economic activity. Cape Town is one of the tourism hubs in the country, the continent, and the world at large. Cape Town tourism was particularly vulnerable given that it was just recovering from the day zero drought that had ravaged the city for years. It is therefore critical to understand how a destination like Cape Town was affected by the pandemic and evaluate its resilience, capacity, and recovery. To that end, this study seeks to examine the COVID-19 impact, recovery on one of the citadels of tourism in Africa, or South Africa, which is Cape Town. Central to this study is understanding how the pandemic affected the travel and tourism sector and seeing how it is emerging from the ashes of the drought back with the pandemic. Although the pandemic has affected all economic sectors, the tourism industry was one of the worst affected across the world. Tourism establishments such as hotels, restaurants, tourist attractions were also partly or wholly closed. Such restrictive actions affected 90% of the world's population. Even though travel and tourism activities were viewed as substantial contributors to the spread of the virus, strong exponents of the industry upheld that tourism is significant for economic recovery owing to the resilience that it has presented in the past crises and disasters. It is important to note that before the pandemic, tourism was one of the leading global economic sectors. Resilience was uploaded as one of the critical strategies for potential tourism development to ensure survivability and sustainability in the sector. Resilience relates to the ability of tourism destinations and organizations to return to its normal state after the shock. Resilience also concentrates on the existing development and engagement of community resources by community members in order to thrive in an environment that is exemplified by a change, uncertainty, shock, disaster, etc. Therefore, domestic tourism is the key driver for the resilience of the tourism sector, globally accounting for 73% of the total travel and tourism spending. In the context of South Africa, tourism was slowly recovering, pushed by domestic travel. There is a recent study that was done at a private game park in Zimbabwe, which revealed that as part of the tourism recovery strategy post-COVID, the park considered lowering its price to accommodate more local people, thus revising the pricing framework and offering discounts and incentives to the domestic market is critical in attracting domestic tourists with little income to finance leisure travel. Another useful strategy which was used by the Zimbabwe tourism in attracting its local people was using famous personalities that can be used to promote domestic travel or domestic tourism. And this is the recovery for South Africa, which aligns with the plan by the National Department of Tourism which is the NDT, how they envisage to reach a target of 21 million tourists by the year 2030. So the NDT highlighted that in 2020, as part of the recovery strategy, they recognized or identified 3 countries in the frontier travel, which is Nigeria, India, and China. And out of these 3, China was the one that was identified as the critical market for South Africa. And based on that, there was a partnership that they formed with China, and part of this partnership, there's a memorandum of understanding, MOU, whereby it's going to be used as a recovery strategy for South Africa. So there's a Chinese company called Tencent is going to advertise or promote South Africa as the preferred tourist destination in China. This is also going to benefit Cape Town as a tourist destination. And then the previous speakers and yesterday also spoke about innovation with the current COVID pandemic and stuff. So COVID-19 has fundamentally changed the operative environment for tourism and hospitality organizations, and they are now compelled to operate in a newer and more resilient ways with regards to changing priorities and responses. The tourism industry is expected to be more transformative, rationalized, and collaborative despite these setbacks and shocks. Since tourism is an information-intense industry, it is also important to understand the changes in technologies and consumer behavior, because what consumers preferred before or their behavior is going to change obviously after COVID. In a post-COVID-19 world, innovation technology is increasingly important to engage online visitors through web-mediated virtual information, providing remote experience of destinations, gaming interest and including positive reactions toward tourism attractions. Innovation organizations and those capable of adapting to changes demonstrated to be more resilient to crisis. To be innovative in the tourism industry, the tour operators, for example, the travel agents, the conference centers, hotels, can record their features on the video and make them available online for viewing by potential consumers or potential travelers. This is now more relevant because there are people who are still skeptical about traveling to certain areas or certain destinations.
1 minute.
Okay. The aim of the study was to examine the recovery and the resilience of Cape Town as a tourist destination post-COVID. The study area, it examined the recovery of tourist arrivals from Cape Town's leading 15 tourist source regions. So Cape Town is arguably the most visited tourist destination in Africa. It offers diverse tourism products ranging from nature-based to leisure activities. It also has a vibrant nightlife, and especially along the Long Street. Some iconic tourist attractions include Table Mountain, the V&A waterfront, etc., and the Cableway. Research methodology, the study largely depends on archival data, secondary data analysis, and field observations that were made from 2020 to 2022. The secondary data utilizes quarterly and annual reports from the WESRECO. WESRECO is official tourism trade and investment promotion agency for Cape Town and the Western Cape. It publishes data timelessly and economic performance of Western Cape and Cape Town as a city. So data analysis followed content analysis of archived documents principally generated from the tourism enterprise reports. Results and discussion. Can I just have 3 more minutes?
1 minute more.
Okay, I just
1 minute.
I just started with my results, the interesting part, but anyway. The study found that prior to COVID, the leading tourism market for Cape Town at the international level was the UK, Germany, USA, Netherlands, which constituted to the 4 source markets, leading source market. The region's top 3 tourism markets are Namibia, Angola, and Zimbabwe. There is evidence of a much robust recovery from the regional tourism market than from the long-haul distance traditional sources markets in 2021. The strong recovery in the regional market in the neighboring countries points to the importance of regional market to tourism in the country and in the city. Equally important, it also confirmed the trend observed during the recovery period from COVID-19, where more tourists are traveling domestically than before. This trend is also expected to be maintained as long as the uncertainties of COVID-19 still stands. The study also established that the pandemic severely impacted most key attractions in Cape Town, such as Robben Island. This is where Mandela was held in prison, the Kirstenbosch Botanical Garden, recording 0 arrivals between April and August 2020 due to the COVID-19 measures or restrictions. The recovery for this attraction started in September 2020, even though it was in very small numbers. On the other hand, there has been a strong recovery of the regional tourism market with arrivals in Namibia, Zimbabwe, United Arab Emirates, the Philippines, and Ethiopians, surpassing figures obtained in 2020. The strongest rebound and recovery was witnessed in Ethiopia at 152, and the Philippines at 117, the Zimbabwe 62, and the UAE at 54 as of 2021. And nature-based tourism and resilience, the study found that during the tourism peak season in Western Cape and Cape Town, hotel occupancies averaged at 74% in 2019 before the pandemic. This is the period that the hotel sector make most of the profit, offset the low season, which usually take place during the winter season in the whole of South Africa, but the rainfall season in Cape Town often occurs around June, July, and August. The pandemic led to a plunge arrivals in occupancies, with the levels falling to about 10%, with lows witnessed between April and 2020 to August. Following the relaxation of the travel restriction in August 2020, there was hope for recovery, with occupancies reaching an average peak of around 35% towards the end of 2020. The move pushed back recovery efforts, with 2021 starting with low occupancies of around 20%. The 50% mark was reached in October as more and more people gained travel confidence, driven by the COVID-19 vaccine rollout and increased confidence in health and safety measures that so many places that such as the World Travel and Tourism Council Safe Destination. Cape Town destination led in this regard, as the city sought to project itself as a leading safe destination in Africa. The recovery kept an exponential growth, with occupancy rates reaching nearly 65%, nearing levels that were witnessed before the pandemic. This demonstrates the resilience of hospitality industry in Western Cape and Cape Town City, which accounts for a significant number of hotel rooms in the province.
Are you winding up?
Okay. Okay, the rest I will make them available at a later stage if there's going to be a need. Some destinations in Cape Town were adversely affected by the pandemic as key attractions, and then during the same period, I'll just try to wrap up everything. So in the year 2021 started with a peak of about 65,000 tourists, and again close to 100,000 tourists. Nonetheless, significant recovery was realized when the destination was closed down, which also highlighted the destination's resilience. The pandemic has also greatly impacted the sport event in tourism in Cape Town. Before the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, sports event was considered to be one of the fastest growing globally, and also in Cape Town, South Africa. The sport events in South Africa has been identified as a unique niche product. The country is recognized as a remarkable global competitor in the sport tourism industry. It is also an attractive destination for hosting sports events. These events are also effective tools for the country's promotion, positioning, and branding, and they recover the geographical and seasonal benefits of tourism while encouraging domestic travels. South Africa hosts more sports events, including the Two Oceans Marathon and the Comrades Marathon, etc. Due to the COVID-19 global pandemic, both marathons were cancelled in 2020, and as a result, the virtual marathon was organized in June 2022. Hybrid sports events allow both participants and attendees to participate in a virtual world from any location in the world or in the country, and it also creates a certain level of realism that makes them to be credible. This can also be used to complement traditional sports events in the future. I will just round out to Conclusion: inasmuch as Cape Town was adversely affected by COVID-19, evidence suggests that the destination is resilient with a strong capacity for recovery. There will be a rolled out recovery support strongly by the domestic and regional tourism market. Understanding this means that the marketing positioning must be sensitive to who and what constitutes to the domestic and regional tourism market, so that the prices, product, suit appeal to this critical market. Therefore, there is therefore an urgent need to appreciate the role of the regional and domestic markets in the tourism recovery of the country. There are still many uncertainties about how COVID-19 pandemic will play out, or further disruption in the tourism sector, but the failure of service airline poses another threat to Cape Town's supply chain. The sharp increase in air tickets on the Johannesburg to Cape Town route, which is the busiest route, does not augur well for tourism recovery in Cape Town. Other threats include the Ukraine-Russia war and the threats of climate change. The robust growth in tourism recovery is a cause for celebration, but equally concerning, as there are key questions that need to be answered. Amongst them are how prepared has been the tourism businesses to the sudden and largely unanticipated levels of recovery. Given that most staff were laid off at the height of the pandemic and the others passed on, how this recovery took shape is a matter of interest and research. At the height of the pandemic, like we said, most tourism staff were traumatized by how this affects service delivery during the recovery phase. Phase warrants greater attention. Thank you very much.
Dr. Konanani came all the way from South Africa, so at least I tried to bear with her because very wise. Yes, so thank you for your presentation, and because we have a number of people who have to present today, so we need to observe. We need to observe time. Rwanda, you have something to say? No. Someone is coming to present. Okay, now is Amiri and Safines. The floor is yours. But can we have a hand of applause too? Thank you, Doctor. You are welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very specific to the Chaga people, Shimboni. My name is Amiri W. Abdi with my colleague Safines Mshana. We are here to share with you the Chaga movement to Kilimanjaro every December as a domestic tourism innovation in the COVID-19 pandemic. Before I proceed with my presentation, I would like to stress on one important thing, that the country Tanzania has been blessed with a lot of ethnic groups, more than 120 ethnic groups. And this Chaga is one among them. They are very famous people in the country, not because they are coming from Kilimanjaro, where the freestanding mountain and the only roof of Africa is, but it's because of their habit to travel in every December. A habit that is not very much common to other tribes. And this is the reason why we have decided to come with this theme, so that we can share the experience and try to comment that this movement is typical of domestic tourism that we are seeing since yesterday, that Tanzanians need to have domestic tourism. Coming to the context of COVID-19, it has been said a lot that international travels has been restricted a lot. So rather we need to go back to our people and try to see how we can convince them to travel, so that we can fill the gap of the tourist number in the country. By saying so, I'm not going to read everything, but at least to show you some of the key areas that the study has passed through. When you take an example of Kenya as one of the East African countries, After the COVID-19, they have come up with the recovery strategy, which has stressed a lot on different angles, but very specific to the areas that they have highlighted. Repackaging tourism product with local market interest. Organized road transport to events and attractions, plus the product improvement and diversification. Additionally, we also take an example from Zambia, the capital city in Lusaka, whereby we take one of the very important comments from one of the businessmen who said, it is very unwise for you to give incentives to the foreigners and you leave your own people. He insisted, God has blessed us with all these things for all of us to enjoy. The same applied to Tanzanian context. Additionally, other scholars have stressed a lot on these issues of domestic tourism. One of them is Herman Neville, who said, in the past, too little was invested in domestic and regional tourism in Africa in favor of international tourists with high expenses. He also added, when the pandemic hit, many destinations realized that they need their local population to travel, but really had no data or information about this market. The same applied here in Tanzania, as many speakers have said, that this coronavirus has hit a lot on international travel. So we need to take another route to the domestic tourist. In particular, the records from South Africa from 2007 to 2014 shows that domestic tourism is dominated by VFR, which is visiting friends and relatives, which accounts for 68 to 76%. But when you come to the Tanzanian context, as you can see from the statistics, the number of domestic tourism is less than international travels. Though the government has imposed a lot of strategies to boost the domestic tourism, as you can see, but the effort has not overwhelmed the results. We have also to remember that the government, through the CCM manifesto of 2020-2025, has planned to reach 5 million tourists by 2025. That looks that we need to have more strategies to increase that number. Therefore, the number of domestic tourism is smaller than international tourists, and with that concern, we need to go back to our people and try to see how we can motivate them to have travel behavior. So this study has specifically tried to find out the major transport means used by Chaga people, but also to see some of the activities that they conduct when they travel to Kilimanjaro each December, and at last to see the socio-economic impacts that result from their movement. And all these three will justify this is a domestic tourism in Tanzania. So we have applied, or we have used the questionnaire and interview as the method of data collection, whereby 106 Chaga people, specifically those who have been traveled to Kilimanjaro at least once a year, have been chosen purposively to cater for this information. And we have also have an interview to the 10 Chaga families in Kilimanjaro, just to get the insight and the views of the families in Kilimanjaro. And also 7 government officials from TTB and M1RT, just to grasp the understanding from the government perspectives in this topic. The results indicated that 67% of the Chaga prefer private transport to travel to Kilimanjaro. And this has been said by most of the families that it shows the family worth when you have a private transport going to Kilimanjaro. Moreover, 72%, they took 1 to 3 months to prepare their safari, while 17% took 4 to 7 months preparation, and very few, they took up a year. 75% travel with their families and friends to Kilimanjaro. And it is observed that parents are very happy to see their children or relatives arrive with private cars, feeling that the whole year struggle is worthwhile and symbolizes that they have a personal development achieved. As you can see from the data, the private car is mostly used compared to the organized buses and the public transport, of which 72%, as I've said, they took 1 to 3 month preparation, and when they travel, most of them, they travel with the friends and relatives. And the number of days that they spend in Kilimanjaro is almost 82%. They take 1 to 7 days in Kilimanjaro. The second specific objective from the result shows that 82%, they stay 5 to 7 days, performing some of the cultural activities in the destination, while only 12% they extend their stay to 12 days, and only 6% stay more than 2 weeks.
2 minutes.
Yes. Interestingly, the study indicated that 81% of the Chaga people conducted family meetings which aim to discuss the family progress, followed by 16% who focus on slaughtering of animals, goats, sheep, and cows for family rituals. As a result, as you can see from the graph, having family meetings is dominating other activities like visiting tourism attractions in Kilimanjaro, and this is where my point is. It can be used, the movement can be used to convince the Chaga people who go to Kilimanjaro to have some other additional activities while at Kilimanjaro. In terms of socioeconomic impacts, 78% of the Chaga people going to Kilimanjaro, they normally carry food items as a gift to their parents. And their parents are very happy to receive gift. And additionally, 77% buy gift before they depart. That means from their usual places. And some few they buy while arriving at home. The study shows that Bomangombe and Hai and Njiapanda are the most preferable places for shopping during December. Few recorded to purchase items in Moshi town. At last, 89% agreed that this movement contributed to diverse socioeconomic impacts, like creating family unity and ties, sensitize personal development, strengthening Chaga culture, boost local economy, and create Chaga pride, while the rest, 11%, feel to be just a normal tendency. Very important. One of the very famous statements that we have in December is when the Chaga are going to Kilimanjaro and we say, kwenda kuhesabiwa. The study was also interested to find out what do they feel about this? What do they understand about this? I can just quote one of them. It's just the name. They compare it with the biblical story that Joseph and Mary traveled to Jerusalem for census. It is in that time, travel census, Jesus was born. Then since December also celebrate the birth of Jesus, and we Chaga travel mostly this season, that is where the kwenda kuhesabiwa came. In conclusion, the study concluded that the Chaga movement to Kilimanjaro every December is a typical tourism, domestic tourism in Tanzania that need to be given a very great attention. Interestingly, the study confirms that this movement is the source of Chaga strong family and the unity. And during the visit to Kilimanjaro each December, Chaga families become happy to meet their families. And more importantly, the local people get a chance to sell their local produces. Chaga movement and the similar activities at the tourism recovery and the survival strategies during the pandemic, not only during the COVID pandemic, but also when it happens any global catastrophes, this movement can also suffice for domestic tourism. I would like to recommend, the study recommends that the government should introduce centers, especially in the major entry points, to collect the data, because most of the domestic tourism data are not collected effectively. As you can find from the data recorded, that we record domestic tourism in most of the protected areas, in game reserves, in national parks and conservation area, plus the museums. But we forget some activities that are really domestic tourism and their data has not been counted. And that is why we say typically we have low number of domestic tourism. The studies further recommended that the tendency requires recognition so as to strengthen the cultural ties and boost the local economies. But we have also recommended to the tour operators to see this as an opportunity to plan the domestic packages, the local product packages, especially to sell to these people and the similar, and more other research to be done, especially to continue furthering this study as something important for our country. Asanteni sana.
Oh, thank you, Amiri, for the nice presentation, and you have all the qualities of a PhD holder, doctor. So you have to start thinking of undergoing such an endeavor. Thank you so much. Jacqueline and Elena, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jacqueline Burton Mosomola with my colleague Elena Pro Makanja. We're here to present about cultural shocks of COVID-19 and resilience strategies of hospitality industry in Tanzania. Why did we come up with this idea? Because COVID-19 has brought new things to our life, in which we call them a new normal. And what are these new normal in tourism context or in tourism terminologies? We call them cultural shocks. These are the new ways of life or new ways of doing things, or which happens to people when they move one place to another, or when they encounter a certain, they come across a certain environment or certain situations which cause personal disorientation. And they make people, or they make these people who come across them, they give them a difficult situation to adapt to the new environment or the new normal. Now we found these cultural shocks as a new normal, or cultural shocks brought by COVID-19 as a new normal. The COVID-19 has resulted to a significant business disruptions around the world, but it has affected the tourism and hospitality industry politically, socially, economically, but also it has affected the personal lives of people who work under the umbrella of tourism and hospitality, but also other sectors which depend on hospitality industry. Now we can go direct to the objectives and significance of this study. The aim of this study was to explore the cultural shocks brought by COVID-19 pandemic and to investigate how these cultural shocks have affected service delivery or the delivery of services in hospitality industry, and to suggest the strategic response to the COVID-19 in the hospitality industry. This study will inform the industry on the diverse cultural shocks of the COVID-19, but also it will offer an insight that will explain the consequences of the changes in hotel sector in the post-COVID world. And the findings of this study will provide the hotel industry with a better knowledge of different strategies that are being used to respond to COVID-19 and their perceived long-term impacts. From previous researchers or previous studies, we have seen some looked at how the pandemic has affected our economy, but also politically and socially. But some looked at how the pandemic has affected the global tourism industry, and other studies indicate that the hotel occupational stresses caused by COVID-19 resulted in a high level of anxiety and negatively impacted job certification and work environment. Here we can look at the workers in tourism and hospitality industry, how these cultural shocks have affected their working environment, how have they affected their personal lives in relation to their jobs. And also, in response to pandemic, hotel adopted numerous strategies to ensure some degrees of business continuity and measures and limitations such as social distancing, community lockdowns, working from home, self and mandatory quarantine, and crowd control were being implemented. This study used a qualitative design approach, and a purposive sampling approach was used to select 5 senior hotel employees and 3 tourists from different hotels in Dar es Salaam. And the semi-structured interviews were considered the most appropriate method in this so as to alert the insight and encourage more explanation and details on the experience on the COVID pandemic and the cultural shocks and how they affect the delivery of services. And data was analyzed by using content analysis. Going direct to the findings. The findings of this study reveal that service providers found it mentally difficult to adapt to the new normal, such as social distancing and wearing masks, wearing gloves, and having no handshake and other protocols at workplace. These we can call them the cultural shocks. When we had to apply that social distance, it reduced some of the things in our normal life, in our daily life, and also work life, especially in hospitality. When we are told that there's no more handshake, how can we show a warm welcome to the guest or a visitor? Or when we are told to wear a mask, how could we show our smiles? Now this has affected the hospitality industry, and we can see so many other findings, like for example, what these participants said, how they have affected them psychologically. They said, although we were following all protocols as instructed by the Ministry of Health, but some of us found it difficult to work as we used to. I have to tell something to my friend, like to gossip, then I should say it louder. We cannot gossip anymore. That's a joke. But also, service providers shared their experience on how the new normal has affected the delivery of services. Now, service provision was affected positively and negatively too. We can see, for example, in a negative way, when we are told no shaking hands, wearing masks, as I said, the example of when we wear face masks, you cannot share the smile, I cannot smile, you cannot see the smile, okay? And we have to replace the handshake with the how can we show a warm welcome to a guest without a handshake? Now we have to, I don't know, is it knocking? How can you show a warm welcome while knocking that way? Yeah, but also there's a failure to share cultural experiences due to social distancing, which led to travel restrictions. Yes, we have this. Amiri has told us about Chaga movements. Yes. How can you share those experiences? Why we are told not to travel? How can how can we promote, let's say, international tourism? How can we show our cultural? How can we share our cultural experiences to people who cannot come and see us? Now, those were one of the findings we got. And on the other hand, social distancing has had a positive impact. For example, when we were not allowed when we were supposed to apply this social distancing, for example, there were no gathering like this, meetings and conferences. So we had to adapt this. The hospitality industry had to use to apply technology, like using Zoom meetings, which in one or another was somehow less costful. But also, the finding revealed that hospitality industry, especially in Dar es Salaam, was greatly affected by the pandemic, since the many hotels in Dar es Salaam depend on conferences and meetings.
Asante sana. Sharon, are you there? Is Sharon here? He seems to not here. Ernest, are you there? Is Ernest here?
Yes.
Okay, the floor is yours. Can you use that? Oh, no, okay, you are. You are. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. It's only because my neighbor, Dr. Kananan here, almost took all of my time. So I will not be presenting anything. It's okay. With the interest to save time, really, I will just be sharing with you some observations that we did in our study. We did a study that tried to look at the changes or impacts that COVID-19 has had on the tourism industry, and particularly on the tourism and hospitality services. Now, we all know that, other speakers have said very well in terms of the impacts on numbers, income, job losses and all. But our interest is to look at a new angle. And that angle is what is the impact indeed in terms of the skills requirements, okay? And we try to, after understanding what are changes that have been brought by COVID-19 in terms of requirements of skills by these operators, and then we went back to the training institutions. In terms of what roles can these training institutions play in terms of cushioning or helping the hotels and tour operators to bounce back. Because it is the school who prepare now the workforce for the industry to absorb. I'm not going to be so colloquial as prospective Dr. Amir here, or rather as other presenters, go straight to my findings. And I'll pick some of the findings that are of most interest to us. So we all know the major phrase that we have been using is labor mobility, isn't it? That has been studied quite extensively, but we are trying to bring a new term to it. And that is skills mobility. Skills mobility. How hotels, for example, and tour operators reacted to the impact of COVID-19 was one, to reduce the number of employees. So if the department had 10, they thought, they tried to see how they could survive with 5 or 3 or 4. That is number one. So, but all services have to be carried out, isn't it? When a visitor comes and then he needs to see a person at the reception, he needs to see a person serving the room, he needs to see a person, in the kitchen. So in terms of operations, probably we didn't have operations that were eliminated from the service spectrum. But again, we had a reduction in number of employees. Okay? That means then hotels had to ask their employees, I put it in simpler terms, can you be multitasking? You work as a cook, but again, I have to see you promoting the hotel. Yes, you work as a receptionist, but again, you have to handle concierge services when visitors arrive. Okay, so this is one of the key impact.
Wichilo Mkundamago. I'm from South Africa, Valley University of Technology. I'm going to present a study titled Different Expectation, Strained Tourism Development, a tale of 3 stakeholder groups in the Wembe district, which is situated in Limpopo province. Just to give you a brief background about the location of the study area, Limpopo province is found in the northern part of South Africa, which serves as the gateway to the SADC region. and it shares borders with 3 neighboring states, which are Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. So those border posts are strategically located in the Vembe district where this study was conducted. So with that strategic location of that district, it is one of the most or major aspects that need to be considered based on the fact that we have got the major inland port, Beit Bridge, which is found in the Musina area. And we also have the world-renowned Kruger National Park situated in the eastern part of the district. We also have the Mapungu Beer World Heritage Site, which is at the western part of the district. And in the center, that's where you find that most of the cultural tourism activities are taking place. So, subsequent to that brief background, collaboration between different stakeholders in the tourism industry is widely encouraged, and it's one of the major aspects that need to be taken into consideration if we need tourism to thrive at that part of the province. However, in many cases, it is a challenge which might be the very factor that impedes the tourism development. That is because we need to look at the attitude and the relationship of this stakeholder as a critical factor towards tourism development. That is very important in order for us to be able to understand the collaboration phenomenon. And in order to understand this phenomenon, the shared interest of stakeholder groups that are found within the tourism industry ought to be clearly discovered. This is based on the fact that sustainable tourism cannot be able to take place if agreement and collaboration among these stakeholder groups doesn't exist. So the literature overview consists of 3 aspects or 3 subtopics. The first subtopic looks at the stakeholder perspective, where it is clearly understood within the tourism literature that the most critical stakeholders in the tourism industry are the public sector, which are your government. We do have a private sector, which are the tourism businesses, as well as residents, which are the host community where tourism activities are taking place. And the last aspect, as described by Scholz and Slabert there, are the tourists. One is to another, we cannot be able to have the tourism activity taking place. So therefore, these stakeholders are required to build high social coherence, which create the need for substantial stakeholder collaboration, and residents is essential therefore, these stakeholders are required to build high social coherence of land.
The moment you hear that name or country, Kenya, you can tell that those people do marathon. They can do marathon, and of late you have started doing what? Short races. And I would want to guarantee you that this session will have it marathon. And so that even as we present, we do not deny all the Tanzanians that were swept for the sake of those ones who have come from other parts of the world, also maybe to have some chance. So from onset, I would request one thing to my colleagues, my fellow scholars here, that once we give you time, please, since you have sent the whole document to us and you'll have a chance of reading the whole of your document, please take us through only 4 areas. 1, after introducing yourself, take us through the objectives, methodology, findings, and conclusions. I want to repeat, your document, I'm sure if you did it like mine and prepared mine for assumption that will be given 20 minutes, was given 5 minutes. So your document, I'm sure, is a very rich document. We'll have a chance of reading it. Please zero yourself on one, your topic, objectives, methodology, findings, and conclusion. 60% of your time give it on findings and conclusion. Introduction, objectives, give it the shortest time you can, because you discuss a lot of it in your in the session of finding and what? A discussion. That way we'll have time to ask you some questions, because we'll have managed to save some time. I would want to confess that 10 minutes is not a lot, but it's also a lot depending on the way you do what? You manage it. If you spend the first 6 minutes on introduction, you have only 1 minute, 2 minutes, no time for what? Conclusion. And you lash us when you want to hear what actually new you have brought. You have always said, what have you brought new in the body of what? Body of knowledge. That's what you're looking for. In the body of knowledge, what new have you brought? Or what gaps are you filling? It's 12:40. It's 12:40, and you can tell that we are 1 hour behind what? Our schedule in the afternoon. And once again, I would want to restrict yourself to 10 minutes so that you can give us time to ask you some questions, and then you can give us more insight of your document once you have done the presentation. Without further ado, I would want to invite Dr. Emmanuel. Dr. Emmanuel to do the presentation. After Emmanuel, we'll have Dr. Chalo. After Chalo, we'll have Dr. Kuya. After Kuya, we'll have Dr. Malome, and we'll have Prof. Miss Kaisile Gidi. So that's the order in which we present. So once again, let's have Dr. Emmanuel on the podium.
It's not there? It's not there?
Okay, can you go to Dr. Chalo? Let Dr. Emmanuel catch up with us.
Okay.
Let's tell Dr. Chalo is around. Then we'll give Dr. Emmanuel the second chance. So please, let's stick to objectives, methodology, finding, and conclusion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to my presentation. Kabi, I can assure you that I will take my 10 minutes and no more, and I will present everything. So my name is Dr. Juliana Chalo. CHE stands for Certified Hospitality Educator by American Hotels and Lodging Association. So I'm a member of that association, and I've been certified by them. We know tourism and hospitality is a global industry and contributes favorably to many national economies. It is one of the major players in international commerce. It is a main source for many developing countries, income source for many developing countries, including Kenya. In the recent past, that is in 2020 and 2021, we have already seen from the previous presenters that international travel dropped mainly due to COVID-19. Sorry, I forgot to say what I do in Kenya Utalii College. I'm a senior lecturer and head of degree programs, which we collaborate with the University of Nairobi, in case you have students who would like to come and do degree there or masters, which we are developing. So I continue with my presentation. According to UNWTO 2022, there has been an increase in international travel in 2022 due to vaccinations and reduced travel reductions. However, the sector is yet to recover fully. On the part of hospitality segment, it plays a major role in the success of the entire tourism and travel industry. When tourists travel, they will need good accommodation and meals and other services that are part of the hospitality. So fine dining, which is my topic that I'm presenting, also refers to white table restaurants, are typically higher end and fancier restaurants that are part of the hospitality. Because we have many types of restaurants, we have different types of outlets, eating outlets. So my focus of the study is on fine dining. The industry we know very well, that is a service industry, and it's very fragile in nature, affected by many factors, and including epidemics. So COVID-19 is one recent epidemic that has an enormous effect on tourism and hospitality industry, and in particular, the fine dining. So I will not go and present on what is COVID-19, its impact, and all that we already know. So what is my problem statement, or what was the purpose of doing this study? I've already said accommodation and food and beverage are the main revenue centers, we know that, and contribute higher profits for many five-star hotels. My study was also focusing on that segment of hotels. So fine dining and most forms of hospitality services require person-to-person interaction. In the hospitality industry, there is a very high level of interaction. So this high interaction is between the customer and the service provider. So most fine dining most found in five-star is found mainly in five-star and four-stars, and in high-end restaurants patronized by high-end clients, high dollar, a lot of money and all that. It's not the Kariakor type of eating nyama choma where we go, but it is the higher type of restaurant, and especially our visitors, they patronize. International visitors, and also a small percentage of local visitors patronage this type of restaurant. So first case of COVID in Kenya was reported on March 12, 2020. In the hospitality industry, after that impact of COVID, was affected, especially the food outlets, through temporary closures of restaurants, just like what we have heard about the various impacts of COVID. But let me just mention so that I can build my problem. There were low client numbers in hotels following a ban on inbound travel, and I think even outbound was banned. New operation guidelines were legislated through public health laws of Kenya. Curfews were put, and overcrowding was outlawed. So takeaway menu was mainly encouraged. This stressed for a reimagined form of customer interface. What are we going to have? What are we going to do now that we have this problem? How are we going to realign our operations to meet this pandemic? So it called for a systematic change in day-to-day business operations. So based on the above phenomena, there was need, therefore, to query what changes the service providers made to prevent new contractions of infections, at the same time build customer trust, and at the same time, as well as create a safe working environment for staff members. And if we have these measures, then they will also work for the guests. So that is what brought the need for the study, and the main objective, of course, was to assess the effect of COVID-19 on fine dining service in hospitality, case of five-star hotels in Nairobi County. The specific objectives were mainly to evaluate customer safety measures on fine dining, and also to assess how COVID-19 influenced food preparation methods. Did the methods change? The one they were, they brought, the new methods that they could have introduced after COVID. And lastly, to examine the food service style. Did the food service style, or did nothing change even with the COVID? And that is the conceptual framework with the 3 specific objectives, and fine dining as the independent variable. And the methodology was descriptive design with a target population consisting of fine dining restaurants in 5-star hotels, a total of 100 members of staff, at least 10 members of each hotel, inclusive of managers, assistant managers, supervisors, and junior staff was collected as the target population. Convenient sampling, a probabilistic sampling technique was used in the selection sample based on subjective judgment of the researcher. A sample of that derived from the 3-star hotels under study was selected, where that questionnaires distributed to the 5-star were distributed to the 5-star hotels for data collection. The data was analyzed using quantitative methods, using Microsoft Excel, and the research finding presented using descriptive statistics such as frequencies, percentages, and figures. Findings of the study were presented on tables, graphs, and pie charts. On this note, I want to say, if you want comprehensive, results and whatever, because in 10 minutes you can't present everything, please look at the work, which is already in the record. The chairman has already said that. So what were the findings? Looking at the first specific objective, the customer safety measures, we find that there was high awareness of COVID-19 due to daily briefing conducted each day. There was this everyday renewed, briefing on COVID. They were reminded every day that this is important, people are dying, and they should be careful. And the following ways were adopted on customer measures, which included social distancing, use of online menus, face masks, temperature checks, disinfecting of surfaces, use of gloves when serving guests, reduced seating capacity to ensure 1.5 meters guideline, use of buffet guards for buffet, and then on the second specific objective, which was how COVID-19 influenced food preparation methods, staff were very knowledgeable on HACCP, that is Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point, more aware, more knowledgeable. Like this is like an SOP for kitchen and for the hospitality. Some changes and adjustments were also made in the preparation of food. So it was not business as usual as far as preparation of food was concerned. There was also minimal sharing of equipment, meaning each cook was able to use their own set of equipment as opposed to where you keep on sharing. So hotels had to buy more.
2 minutes.
Hotels had to buy more equipment, which was costly because it brought budgetary concerns. Buffet was discouraged, and it was more of plate service. And when buffet was served, there was assisted service by the cooks. A la carte menu was encouraged, and social distancing kitchen staff, regular sanitizing of hands, and food handling services. On the last objective, on food service style trends, that is table service, pre-plated service, and cart service at constant figures, regardless of the pandemic. So it's very strange, even if there was this pandemic, but still the table service, the whatever remained in operation. Single-use place setting was also emphasized, and there was increased room service and takeaways, which was noted. Generally, we can say fine dining, the patronage for this hotel ranged from moderate to very low during the COVID period. So in my conclusion, 100% awareness of COVID-19 among the hotels queried have made significant changes in their normal routines of service delivery in order to facilitate a hospitable environment for both their staff and even patrons. COVID-19 has had an effect on food dining, on fine dining in 5-star hotels within Nairobi County. So what are my recommendation or unique contribution to theory, practice, and policy, which is necessary when we always do research? What are you contributing to literature? What are you contributing in that particular field? Containment of possible COVID-19 transmission points be made permanent and not just ideal for the season. So whatever adjustments we have made, we should always think of future, should something else come. So we have those containment made permanent, and then use of a larger sample size and broken the scope to other star ranking hotels in and outside of Nairobi. Because I just focused on 5 stars and I also only did Nairobi, but because it was 5 stars, I thought this would give a good indication of the effect of COVID on fine dining. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chalo, for sticking within time. You only spent 2 extra minutes. Extra minutes. I'm sure the next presenter will be exact on time. Another round of applause. That's Dr. Chalo. The next one, has Nani come? Has Dr. Emmanuel come? Ah, he's here. Hey, my neighbor. Yeah, we had agreed with him strictly 10 minutes.
I didn't want to start.
Malume, please.
Malume.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Malume Prince Shai from Tswana University of Technology, and the topic of my research is perceptions of community members on the social impact of casinos in Gauteng. So just to give you a background on the history of casinos in South Africa, after South Africa has gained the independence in 1984, the government tried to correct the imbalances of the past by introducing BE, affirmative action, and corporate governance, and therefore in 1996 the casinos were legalized, and in 1997 the government established the WEN Commission, where the objective was to assess the social impacts of casinos in the communities. And going back on the social impacts, is very important to look at the current corporate social responsibility pyramid, where the casinos will be more focused on the economic contribution, the legal contribution, the ethical consideration, and also charitable giving. Now, these are the theory of corporate social responsibility. The first one there is the shareholder theory, where the casinos are more focused on the profit maximization, and the second one is the political theory, where the government is the only custodian to corporate citizenship, and the other one is the interrogative theory, and is where the casino tries by all means just to improve the standard of living in the communities. And the third one will be the ethical theory, whereby the casinos will have to adhere to all these ethical considerations such as the responsible gambling and the Kingsley report and so forth. And now, without wasting time, the research objective, there was only one research objective. It was to investigate the perception of community members on casinos' social impacts around communities in Gauteng province. And now, coming to the methodology, the quantitative approach was taken here, and the questionnaire was used to collect the data, and only 385 respondents managed to complete the questionnaire. Now, the study was conducted in Gauteng province, and Gauteng province has 13.4 million residents and is considered as the economic hub of Africa, and therefore we have 8 casinos in that province. Now, looking at the measurement scale and the reliability and all the dimensions there, they were all reliable. As you can see, the Crombath Alpha was more than 0.5. And the ethical issues were followed, and the informed consent were given to the participant, and the permission was granted from the Ministry of Technology and even the community members. Now, on the data analysis, we're going to look at the descriptive stats and the inferential stats, and also the qualitative responses that emanated from the open-ended questions. And here on the results in the demographic profile, we have 46% of the respondents were the male, and 54% were the female. And under the age distribution, 25% were between the age of 15 to 17, and just to bear in mind the respondents that had the age of 15, they completed the questionnaire under the guidance of their guardians or the parents. And we also have 32% of the age of 18 to 34, and also we have the 5% from the age of 61 and above. And we also have the marital status. 50% of the respondents, they indicated that they're single, and 43% indicated that they were married. And the occupational status then, 18% were the students, and 38% indicated that they are unemployed, and 21% they were self-employed, and only the 3% of the respondents indicated that they are retired. In terms of the educational background, the majority of the respondents there, they had the grade 12, formerly called Form 5. And now the socio-cultural issues there, only one variable there where the casino improves the lives of the poor in the community, as a lower mean there of 2.7, and also if you can summarize it up, only 2 variables there they were above the average mean of 3, which is the casino helps in providing access to water, and also the casino plays a role in society that goes beyond profit making. And under the charitable giving there, none of the variables have risen to the mid value of 3, and it shows that the casino has to do more on this. And now, doing the inferential stats, the exploratory factor analysis was conducted, and new descriptive labels were named. Social negative social impacts and positive social impacts, and they were named in context to the literature. and we can check the reliability test there. All those two factor names were above 0.3 in terms of the average in inter-item correlations, and that shows that the factor labels were very reliable. If you check with the Crombat Alpha there, and in terms of the discrepant stats on the social impacts, the negative social impacts is much more slightly higher than the positive social impacts. And also we did the ANOVA test there, and it's very interesting to note that the respondents between the age of 15 to 17 and 18 to 35 indicated that the casino has a negative social impacts in the community. And it's also interesting to know that the responses that had grade 11 and below and grade 12 indicated that the casino has the positive social impacts in the community. And on the independent sample that it has there, it is so interesting to know that the married respondents, the married respondents indicated that the casino has more positive responses compared to the respondents that are single. Now, looking at the responses from the open-ended questions, the first question that we asked...
2 minutes remaining.
Okay. Okay, the first question there was the initiative that the casino has undertaken in the past six months. You can see the results there. 10% of the responses, they said nothing or is unknown, and also it's worth it to note that 2.8% of the responses indicated that the casino was involved in the awareness campaigns of the HIV and AIDS there. And also the other question is the initiative that the community wishes the casino could undertake, and 4.9 responses indicated that the infrastructure development is very key, and also the other open-ended question was the factors that the community thinks it hinders the best corporate social responsibility activities. It was indicated that corruption plays a major role there. And now in terms of the conclusions and the managerial implications, the results will help the casino managers and the policy makers in the government just to foster a very great communication between the communities and also in terms of the governments and implementing some policies that will help improve the quality of life in the community. However, each and every study has the limitations. The limitation of this study is it was a one-sided affair. Only the community members' perceptions were asked, and there was no responses from the casino management. And the suggestion for future research here, it should be so very interesting to get the perspective from the casino management and also the policy makers, which in this study will be the Gauteng Gambling Board. And also it will be very nice to link it with the corporate social responsibility, and also you have to do it and you have to engage in a longitudinal study and see how it will pan out. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. You made it. You made it on time. So far, members, we are doing very, very well. Thank you for maybe accepting to my call. We are doing so far very, very well. Another round of applause, my colleague here and friend. Yes, The one next is Kuya. Yes, yeah, Kuya. Karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'll be discussing on the effects of COVID-19, which had affected our country and the rest of the world. Now, COVID-19, when COVID-19 came to in the year 2020, it affected a lot of things in our countries, particularly businesses and and particularly the sector of tourism was greatly affected. About 150 million cases and 2.5 million deaths were affected. Livelihoods were affected worldwide. And about 500 million full-time jobs were lost, which affected the entire world. So approximately 150 million people were projected to be pushed to extreme poverty worldwide. Now, COVID-19 affected a lot of tour operators in Tanzania, particularly some of our companies. Without exception, actually, mainly tour operators rely heavily on international markets rather than other markets. That's why most of us were affected greatly. Even most hotels had to close down, and some of them were had to close down and change business options, as for example, opening hostels, so that they can survive. For my company, when I realized that the COVID had affected the tourism sector, we had to find alternative options. We were to cater for domestic tourism. We had to look for new markets, try to motivate local people to take tours. Also, we had to take it as an opportunity because during COVID, you had to, the demand, now there was a demand for COVID. So now we had to reposition ourselves to ensure that we cater for the COVID needs. For instance, some other companies they took an opportunity of supplying tools which were needed for the COVID. Also for the car rental services, we had taken that opportunity to offer these services to companies that were basing themselves on the safety, safety measures for the social distancing situations. We also thank our government for supporting us as Tanzanians by opening its borders. That way it helped us try to survive in this industry. After post-COVID-19, our President, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, had made a huge effort by investing in the marketing of tourism internationally through the Royal Tour Filling which was launched in USA. This also helped boost tourism, particularly this year. In the northern parts of Tanzania and the coastal regions such as Zanzibar, Mafia Island, and Unguja regions. The lessons that we should learn as to operators or hotel business is that we need to make sure that we have variety of optional businesses for us to survive in case of any other pandemic that may come through. Also, we need to spot for different opportunities, also to encourage domestic tourism, because I believe domestic tourism, it's vital. And it will help a lot, actually. Also, my advice to either people want to do business or people want to become students who are aspiring to become entrepreneurs, they should use these opportunities, because now the tourism is actually opened. Thank you.
Thank you for making sure that you have presented with 5 minutes record and giving us the perspective of a person from the industry, how coronavirus affected his operations and what he did to survive from the horse mouth, as somebody would put it. So thank you. So our next presenter is we have a battalion of 4, Dr. either Marome or Karina. Marome, who is next? Kanyisi. Kanyisi. Kanyisile. Thank you. This is your chance.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Kanyisi Lengiti, and I am a lecturer from the Vaal University of Technology. I am a lecturer in ecotourism management, and I'm also the coordinator for WIL, which is Work Integrated Learning, or known as Work-Based Learning. My topic for today is titled Stakeholders' Perceptions. Stakeholders' perceptions regarding the economic impacts of World Heritage Sites, a case study in Vredefort, Free State. This is just a brief outline of what I'll be covering. So just to give you a background of World Heritage Sites in South Africa. So South Africa is home to 10 World Heritage Sites, namely fossil hominid sites of South Africa. We have Mapungubwe Cultural Landscape. We have the Rachterveld Cultural and Botanical Landscapes. We have the Robben Island. We have Komani Cultural Landscapes. We have Barberton Makonjwa Mountains. We've got the Cape Floral Region Protected Areas. We have Ismangaliso Wetland Park, and we also have the Vredefort Dome and Maloti Drakensberg Parks. So those are the 10 World Heritage Sites that we have in South Africa. These sites are of outstanding universal value to humankind, each protected for future generations through the efforts of UNESCO, which works to safeguard these World Heritage Sites. The Vredefort Dome is one of the 10 World Heritage Sites in South Africa with great significance in astrological history, as the dome is the oldest astrobleem yet found on Earth. Furthermore, the dome provides critical evidence of the Earth's geological history and is crucial for the understanding of the evolution of the planet. Because of the impact of the meteorite that took place, there's history behind the gold rush, where you have a lot of gold that moved towards Johannesburg areas. So that kind of history is covered based on the particular impact that took place in Frederick Dome. Furthermore, the dome provides, the World Heritage Site was declared in 2005 as a protected area or World Heritage Site area for its protection and conservation. So labeling a region as a World Heritage Site would have benefits, economic benefits arising from that, where the local communities or stakeholders in that particular region will be able to benefit from those, from the existence of the World Heritage Site in the region. Now we're looking at Frederick Dome and if such is present. So it is often the positive economic impacts that persuade government, companies, and individuals to get involved with the development of tourism destinations. Foreign exchange earnings, income, and employment generation are the major motivators, including tourism as part of a strategic development strategy. However, if the management of these positive impacts of tourism activities and policies are not strategically managed for a positive outcome towards the region, this could lead to an increase in negative economic impacts, which could include leakage, labor transfer, seasonality, which is something we cannot run away because we know that's how the tourism industry is structured. We have displacement, resource commitment, and increased living costs. Thus, it is important to ensure that these resources, whether financial or human capital, are used and managed in a sustainable manner to benefit the involved stakeholders.
You have 6 minutes.
Thank you, sir. So the objective is to examine stakeholders' perceptions on the economic impacts of the Frederick Dome. So we would ask ourselves, what are the perceptions of the local communities, the local tourism business owners known as the private sector, the government officials, which is the people who assist us with the laws and policies, and also the tourists as well, just to find out what their needs and requirements are as well. So we know that we have what tourists actually want to consume in this particular region. So those form part of the stakeholders within this particular study. So the methodology that was utilized, we followed a quantitative approach for this particular study. So the study employed the descriptive research design to identify and understand the general perceptions relating to a particular opinion, attitude, or behaviors of a large population. So this study was conducted in 2 towns known as Parys and Frederick Dome because they are in proximity to the World Heritage Site. We have the sampling frame comprised of 4 categories, which was the local communities. We have landowners, township and suburban area residents. We have tourism businesses, which is the private sector. So you have your tour operators, restaurant accommodation sector. We also have your government officials, which is your municipality employees and your regional or district employees. We also have the tourists as well, who were also considered. So tourists is not just for leisure, but also educational tourists in this regard. The sample size was 490. However, we had 270 respondents, and the reason for that is that this study began before COVID, so during the year 2019. However, because of the knock of COVID-19, that also affected the number of respondents that were able to take part, obviously for obvious reasons that we're all aware of, such as social distancing. There was limited traveling taking place within the country. So a 5-point Likert scale questionnaire was utilized for this study. The sampling for this study consisted of 2 phases, namely probability and non-probability samplings. Convenience sampling was used whereby the local community and tourists were selected based on their proximity to the World Heritage Site, willingness and availability to take part in the study. Purposive sampling was used during the distribution of the questionnaires to tourism businesses and government officials because we had selected not every government officials, but only those of who are related in managing tourism related activities, policies, whatsoever it might be related to tourism. So it's not all the government officials that were selected to take part in this particular study. So the SPSS analysis system was used to analyze the data from the structured questionnaires. The analysis commenced by presenting the sample demographics, data to understand the composition and representation of the sample. And an analysis of the structured questionnaire was undertaken to assess the research objective. So these are just the findings for male and female within the region. So the comparison, we had majority was female. And also looking at employability or employment levels within the region. So we can see that majority of the respondents were unemployed, going at 90%. So majority of them are unemployed, and going to 62%, which was most of them, the respondents were working part-time, meaning they only received jobs during high peak seasons of tourism. So it shows the seasonality also coming into play there. So these are the findings of economic benefits of tourism. So the data clearly indicates that the majority of the respondents partially disagreed with the economic benefits of tourism. This could be as a result of very minimal entrepreneurship encouragement among the locals and minimal to no employment within the tourism industry due to the seasonal employment prevalent in the tourism industry. Okay, and we can see B4 also suggests that the infrastructure of the region should have been improved could have been improved based on economic activities. However, this is not the case. To show the disengagement between government officials and other stakeholders, most of the local communities were not aware of any annual budgets being allocated towards tourism industry or benefits related to ecotourism, I mean not ecotourism, to tourism activities. Okay, so these are just findings. Okay, and now we'll go through the economic aspects impeding tourism. So the data indicates that the minimal monetary support from the government acts as a contributor in hindering the economic benefits of tourism in the region. Based on the above results, respondents agreed that they are not the main suppliers nor distributors of tourism goods and services within this region. Even though entrepreneurship was encouraged to a certain extent, but they did not experience those benefits that are potentially there. Also, looking at adequate funding, financial support structures, and the involvement of the local community being the main suppliers and distributors of tourism services needs to be considered and implemented to minimize these particular factors, impeding factors. So to conclude, issues pertaining to sustainable tourism development and tourism planning were discussed in order to gain the in-depth understanding of the attitudes and perceptions regarding the economic tourism impacts associated with Furtherford Dome World Heritage Site. So I'm just going to pass by. So just to round off, the items involved with the residents' perceptions of the World Heritage Sites were founded on two factors, namely one that observed the items that enhance the stakeholders' perceptions and one that observed the items that impede the stakeholders' perceptions regarding the impacts of World Heritage Sites. So the participants partially disagreed with the items that contained the factors economic benefits of tourism in the World Heritage Site. However, they were very neutral with the impeding factors. So this is necessary, okay, sorry, now I'm literally rushing through. So in the light of the economic impact of tourism, it could be said that the level of involvement of the locals in tourism activities influenced the attitudes of the local communities negatively due to the minimal livelihood improvement based on those who have extensive financial resources. Basically, it's the haves versus the have-nots. Who have adequate enough financial resources, as a cross-tabulation of 96% unemployment rate and a 4% employment stipulated in the analyzed results, it appears as if the local community is either unaware or has not been part of the possible benefits occurring tourism activities. Okay, I don't know what happened to my slides, but I'll just go through the recommendations. So recommendations for this particular conclusion was that we would make use of awareness and education, so to ensure that the local people are aware of any of impacts that are related to tourism, either negative or positive, because with education you're able to bring awareness to local communities, and not just local communities, but also the private sector and even the public sector as well. And we also have recommendations of partnerships with it comes to our topic, linking academia to industry. So making sure that there are relations with academia as well to find out solutions and strategies to better manage, and also assist municipalities in managing, or rather drafting strategic plans to improve the management of tourism within the region of Vredefort World Heritage Site. Thank you very much.
That is fantastic. So far, this group has done the best. So it's now your time so that you can get some more clarifications, questions, and answers. And as our tradition, we agree that we do what? 5, so that we can have time for lunch and other sessions in the afternoon. So it's now the time for us, the participants, to ask any question or any clarification. Without any order, let's have 5 of us asking questions or clarifications, or comments or suggestions. Yes?
I commend the presenters for the nice presentations, but I have just one question of explanation, particularly on the CSR, corporate social responsibility. I know it's the first presenter. Corporate social responsibility is the concept, is the construct, and again is also a variable, which has been there so far, and several things have been written about it. Why could you opt for explanatory factor analysis instead of confirmatory factor analysis? Because it is already there.
That's good. There's another question. So let's have 5 of us so that we can answer all of them.
Thank you very much. Mine is just, I wanted to know, just over in depth, and it's specifically going to Ms. Juliana. I think you talked of the HACCP in the hygiene point of food preparation. Before or after? What are the level of those HACCP audits? Because I know HACCP, there are audits both internal and external. Are there external and internal audit HACCP, actions that have been taken before and after COVID? Are there any variations which were, which were should I say, which were experienced? Were there any variations in HACCP audit which, if were done, were experienced by these hotels, or rather the sample hotel that you took, if you can share with us? Thank you.
Yes, at the back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mine is a small one, but before that, I have to congratulate Ms. Kanyisile for a wonderful presentation. Just to make note that Tanzania has about 7 World Heritage Sites. By that it means that it comes second only to Morocco in terms of the largest number of World Heritage Sites in Tanzania. I think South Africa comes third, isn't it? Okay, so we have a lot to learn from your study and observations. I'm not so sure if we have done such a study, at least a study that is that extensive. You took years, so we have a lot to learn from that. Yes, as the same for Dr. Malome, yes, we do have these products, casino. I'm sure later in the evening you have time to go around. Several casinos in town. I think they are, we are trying to be innovative, and some of them, the investors also come from South Africa, so you can see some associations in terms of the observations. My question goes to Madam Dr. Juliana. Yes, I understand that you said as a prevention strategy against the spread of COVID-19 back then was the use of protocols, SOPs. I just wondering, because that is a very special elite level of product, fine dining. Was the standard SOP enough for these establishments, or they had to do to go a little bit beyond that? And if that was the case, if there's any observations now out of it. The second question goes to my colleague, Kuya. Again, thank you very much. You are the only operator in the 2 days. So it was quite interesting to listen to you. So the question is, you said, of course, tour operators had to invent and, pick some alternative means for survival. In other words, go to other business streams. But I understand, again, that maybe your licenses are very restrictive. Your license as an operator, you can't go on to be a travel agent or guide or whatever. So maybe it could be just a level for recommendation. What do you recommend? My recommendation is when we are faced with a crisis, maybe we can relax some of these restrictions that come with licensing policies so that you guys have a bigger room to play around. But otherwise, the licensing system now seems to be very restrictive. Okay, it doesn't take care of the crisis situations. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you. Some other two more questions before I give my colleagues here time to answer. Any other two questions from the floor? Yes, Dr. Ari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The mics, please. Can we give mics?
Hello. I'd like to pose a minor comment to my colleague Nkuya. On your presentation, you mentioned about some of the initiatives that has been taken by our country, especially our president. You mentioned the issue of Royal Tour program that really helped to promote a number of things, tourism industry, but also a number of investment opportunities locally and internationally. But also I think you forgot to mention about the IMF loan, because you understand we had WHO with the technical and scientific support, but also we had the World Bank and IMF, the economic support to revive the economies of different countries, in which also Tanzania had taken loan from IMF to revive the sector, in particular the tourism sector, and part of the money also were used by TTB to promote tourism. So in case you're using this presentation somewhere else, that is a very key point to note, so I'd like you to add in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person before I give them chance to respond? There being no any other question, do I request that we start getting responses right from my right? Dr. Cello.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to clarify on this. Actually, 10 minutes was not enough to give a comprehensive, feedback on the same. But the two questions on SOPs, yes, the fine dining is high-level type of dining, and they use a lot of standard operating procedures. But of course, during this period, our study noted that there was increased use of, the supervisors and the managers who are very keen on the SOPs. Also on HACCP, the same thing. There was a lot of emphasis. Remember, most of the fine dining restaurant and hotels, multinationals and chain hotels and all that. So they have, a structure where they have the head office and all that. So they kept on checking and making sure everything is followed. So there was that bit of hygiene, and the staff would tell us, because this is Africa, they want to be sure that we are following their standards, like what they have set. So they wanted to make sure that the HACCP, the SOPs, and even other extra standards have been followed. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
So can you say?
Just to add. Okay, one. Am I audible? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Just to add to the presentation of my study, I'd like to note that this study is one of the very few studies that have been done in this region. Therefore, it will contribute immensely to the body of knowledge and also assisting municipality, most importantly. When I was in communication with them, they did say that they were trying to find out this particular part of Vredefort, which is in the Free State, why aren't they benefiting from tourism compared to the neighboring province, which is known as the Northwest province, because they share the World Heritage Site. So they wanted to know, why aren't they benefiting from tourism like their neighboring province? So we're looking at that, and I came up with perceptions to firstly understand what people think, how do they perceive tourism, and from then on we can move to other factors that we can also consider as well. So this will be contributing greatly to the body of knowledge, and also considering a very longitudinal study as well, because it was done during COVID. So trying to find out now after COVID, what can we find, the findings, maybe get true findings, and hopefully a larger population as well, or a larger number of respondents taking part as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kanisere. Now the final one goes to my colleague here, Banakuya. There was a comment. It was more of a comment. I don't know whether we may not require a feedback, because just more of a comment on an area that he felt that maybe needed to be included in future, or to enhance your presentation in future. So members, once again, I would really appreciate you for having maybe presented within the time that I had given you. Sorry if I pushed you slightly more, but I'm sure this will help us have time for lunch and have time for other. Pardon?
No.
Yes. Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I think I've received one question and one comment. I will start with the comment. You mentioned that you have 7 casinos. I would be willing to visit them this afternoon. Your question there is the issue of confirmatory factor analysis and exploratory. Why didn't I use the confirmatory factor analysis? Because a lot of things have been written on corporate social responsibility and so forth. But bearing in mind of the casinos by nature, they are a tourist development, or they are tourist attraction, and also there's a lot of social impacts that they do to the communities. So they were established with the main purpose of helping the communities in terms of improving the quality of life, taking care of the environment, and also not forgetting the product, the profitability. So the exploratory factor analysis was so very important, just to explore the social health that brings to the community, and because they are not there just to harm the community. So we just want to find out the perspective of the community members, whether they feel harmed by the activities that are happening in the community. So I think it's another thing that I would like to explore. Just take all these findings and so forth and try to do the confirmatory. So I was just trying to explore whether the community members, how do they feel about having the community, having the casino in their communities. So I think it's something that I will just have to take it through and check. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll request Dr. Francis to remain. The rest you can go. Tuwapige tena makofi jamani. Wamejitahidi sana. And as Dr. Francis said, they've truly used time very well. So it is because of your leadership. So we appreciate.
Thank you.
And also they have learned from others. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly go to the second session. And may I call upon the following to be on the stage. There's one paper prepared by 3 people, so maybe you pick up one representative to come and present. Grayson Gapiti, Mr. Charles Limka, and Giara Bahai. So you pick one person to come and present. And also we have Anna Tandau and Miss Naomi Kiando. I hope these guys are outside. I've seen some of them outside, so they think that it's gone. Okay, we said we'll adjust because we found the time. So if you know that you are presenting a paper, it doesn't mean that even if we have given the priority to them, does not mean that you will not have time to present unless time is truly cut off. Mariam Mambosasa and Hilda Malia. And also we have Salome Lugata and Slivia Elias and Mr. Bajuni Musa. So group 1, Mambosasa, please, I see you, you can come forth, and Hilda, and come with your presentations as well so that we can take it here. It might take some time, but I believe we'll catch up. So please quickly come with your presentation, and whoever is ready. You want to use this? So please come and submit your presentation as quick as possible so that we can allow Mr. Chairperson to continue with this session. Two. The same. Are you sure you put it? Is it in here? There was another thing.
Umepata yako? Wewe ndiye this one is this one number 7. Yes. Huyu Grayson akapiti nimeona hapa mahali. This one akapiti. Wait sasa hajafika sijamuona. Lakini alikuwa hapa. Nilikuwa nimeona pale nje. Yes. Sasa umefika. Karibu. Karibu. Kama umeupload yako sasa ni rahisi sasa present. Ujiandae ni watakuwa kwanza.
So those who have already submitted your presentation, you're supposed to stand to sit here, please. If you know that you've already submitted, please just have a seat. Okay, because there are some more chairs, we can add some people. Please, can I call forth Teresia Msanga and Godlisten Abraham and Mr. Pius Gondeka. Those who have done this paper, one can come, please. And also, we have another paper by Eunice Nderingo, Ulomi Farida Masalu. Those who are in that category. Sorry? They're not around. Okay. Okay, then Zegera. Is Zegera here? Okay, so Mr. Chair, I think you can proceed with those who are here. And while one person is copying his presentation, then you can proceed so that we can save time.
Thank you very much. The presenters is the first group is done. We are giving ourselves 10 minutes. Just go through the title, the objectives, the findings, and the conclusion. And I'm sure within the 10 minutes, that will be enough for you. Other details we'll get from your main document. And without further ado, let's have my colleague immediately on my right. starting at 0153.
Hello. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome again to another session whereby me with my colleagues, we have presented a paper in front of you on child labor after COVID-19. As we know and we have heard since yesterday that COVID-19 has given us a new world, has brought us in a place where we are no longer working anymore as from, it was announced 2021 on March, and all the places were shut down, all works were shut down. Therefore, it just gives us another challenge, and that gives us an interest of seeing whether children who were not allowed to work were involved in working as a tool for eradicating them from poverty. As we know that children were below 18 years old, and these people or this population are not allowed to work at all. And it is, as per UNWTO, it says that these children are not allowed to participate in any work, payable associated work. Therefore, we get an interest of knowing that because these people, the population of the entire world, has encountered the problem of unemployment. As our colleague, the other presentation has passed, saying that this population of the tourism industry, as it depends 100% on international flights, it depends on in getting their daily life. So, from the unemployment created from the shutting down of the international flights, it creates these people to lack money, to lack the ability to work on their family. Therefore, from poverty, it creates, as we thought, that there is a problem of children labor, especially to the places where they depend 100% on tourism. Therefore, we get an interest to go through several objectives, and specifically, we try to check on if the community were aware about children labor, if there is any cause of children labor, especially in Stone Town, and to check on the challenges facing these children who are employed in our areas. As I spoke earlier, that from this conceptual framework, we get an idea that because Tanzania is one among the third world countries, which we depend 100% on what we are making today, we eat it all, and we don't store anything. That's why we came up with this hierarchy of need from Maslow. We say that we all under physiological needs. We only need to have our daily life goals. Therefore, if you shut down all the international flights, especially in tourism industry, it means these people will not get anything to eat tomorrow, because today they haven't made anything. As one of my colleagues who are presenting regarding Tour Guides Association in Arusha, Mr. Raphael said that they just try to check the subsistence allowances which these tour guides get from tourism, and come to conclude that during COVID-19, these people were trying to shift somewhere else. And luckily, in Arusha, there are some other areas where they can do, especially in business and farm, to sustain their daily life. But if you come to check in our study area, the Stone Town, automatically we don't have these areas. We don't have the farms. It's a place where it's 100% depending on tourism. Therefore, you might find in the situation whereby most of the employers, most of the people are staying back at home. Therefore, they cannot sustain to help their families during this period of time. Then after COVID-19, also, they are trying to struggle to maintain where they was, but yet we have seen that has not been succeeded. That's why we are here today discussing on how we are going to raise again in that kind of tourism that will sustain their life. We try to check on we take the population of 120 respondents, whereby 60 respondents were children who were directly affected by this situation, and 56 respondents were the household, while only 4% were the executive who were staying with these children. The study, we try to mix up the methodology of data collection, whereby we mix the survey, we mix the observation, we mix up with a focus group discussion with these group leaders, which give us, we expect that we get very nice findings from them, that we get a nice conclusion regarding this children labor. We analyze the data by using content analysis and statistical package for social science, whereby we get graphs, and a lot of them, they are in our documents.
4 minutes.
Thank you. From the research, we found out that 75% of respondents were male, while 25% were female. 35% of respondents were aged between 8 up to 17, while 20% were aged from the age of 38 up to 47. 40% of respondents we have got an education from the standard 7 education, 25% were secondary, and the likes. 95% of respondents from the first specific objective, they say that they were not aware about the child labor which is existing in their society, simply because they think involving children in their daily activity was part and parcel of the children to learn from their parents on how they could sustain their life after their school. Therefore, they say that is not a child labor, but they're involving them, that if they'll not be there with them, they will know how to manage the business. While 29% of respondents argued that only children were engaged in family business, and the business which they are engaging were in selling of food to the tourists which they met. 76% of respondents argued that only children, they participate in activities which they just turn to help their families from, they thought that maybe their parents are not properly handling them, therefore they have to sustain to help their parents, maybe after the impact of COVID-19 and the unemployment rate brought about by unemployment. While other respondents, they were orphans. That's why they engaged themselves in children labor. 92% of respondents state that there are more challenges that facing children labor, including street children walking around and working hours. They work long to to sell their goods, and they have got unstable time to work throughout the day. Conclusively, this research recommends the implementation of policies and laws to protect children, that they import most of their time to school rather than being in work. The provision of education to their families, that the guardians and the family will have to take their children to school, and not saying that they just impact knowledge through children involving in business. More emphasis on the importance of investing on children education shall be given by the government to the society, that the society will understand the importance of education to these children. The building of career, especially the building of tourism career, to those who are passionate, those who are not passionate in tourism, that we impassionate that spirit of tourism business to them. Also, we are recommending to have further studies on this title, that to get more concrete answers and to get more ideas on what to be done, that we evacuate the problem of employment to children and giving them an ample time to learn from school apart from being at the working station. By saying so, thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Bajuni, for discussing that sensitive topic. Whenever I give my children some assignments, they call it what? Child labor. Hawataki kufanya kazi. They call it, the teacher told them, no, I should not do that. That's child labor. I'm supposed to sit down, maybe enjoy life. Thank you. So our next presenter will be Naomi. Go ahead.
Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
On behalf of my sister Anna Tandao, I'm Naomi Kiando. I'm going to present to you impact of COVID-19 pandemic to accommodation service, specifically a case study of Dodoma Guest House. So I'm starting with the introduction. As we all know, the COVID-19 is mostly affecting the hospitality industry, much more on accommodation, because we all know one of the restrictions is for us to stay at home. So guest houses are having a lot of, it is being affected because they just are having no customers at the time that, or during the COVID-19. So in Tanzania, we expect, we was receiving a lot of GDP, 6.9% in 2019. So it was being declined to that percent up to 4.8 during 2020. To regional trade, disruptions, traditional in tourism-related sector as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. So Dodoma is capital city of Tanzania, and it has been impacted. The quiet community of Dodoma greatly been influx of people, commerce and services. As we all know, Dodoma is currently being nominated as a capital city of Tanzania. So we expect to have a lot of challenges or a lot of development in that region. So there is currently no empirical research to the COVID-19 specifically in guest house in Dodoma City. So we just take that a chance to research more on guest houses, if impact of guest houses in Dodoma City. So our empirical study has two specific objectives, that is to identify the socio-economic impact on COVID-19 pandemic on guest houses in Dodoma. Another one is to explore recovery measures and approaches used to respond and adapt to the pandemic. So here we want to know what was the recovery measures that the owner of the guest houses were undertaken so that to solve or to solve that conflict, that impacts. So the methodology that was used was interview and online survey, and whereby we were sending the emails to the owner of the guest houses and getting the result of this research. Also, we collect from 52 guest houses registered in 2 districts, which is Chamwino and Dodoma Town. Also, we expecting to have 90 respondents, but unfortunately we get only 61 respondents. So regarding the empirical research procedures, this survey did not elicit any identified information, as we all know that we keep confidentiality to the respondent. Also, descriptive statistics such as frequency, percentages, means value, and the standard deviations were used to describe and summarize the data. Moreover, inferential statistics were used to make references and draw conclusion. Constructive qualitative feedback was obtained and from respondent and has been integrated into the study result through verbatim quote. From the result, we find that some of the respondents tell us that 65% of the guest house confirmed that they were closed during the initial stage of COVID-19. So here, in the COVID-19, once the COVID-19 hit the country, 65% say that they was closing their business, because as we all know that accommodation is one of the perishable business. Means if the person is not staying at the room, means the room is going to be perishable. We can't store it for the next time, or we can't keep it so that we can just sell to another time. So also 35% of the guest house were partially operating during the COVID-19. So some of the owner or some of the guest houses decided to still operating with the difficulties of the business. 10% of the guest house were no longer operating and were permanently closed. Another result, due to the business concerned on the social impact, these are the sums of the business concerned: booking cancellations, limited capital, travel restriction, and lower consumer spending. So these are the factors that lead them to lose customers, and hence having facing a very socio-economic impact to the business. Also, the impact of the social impact, they said they're having depression, stress, because they lose customers as well as they didn't get profit. So one of the respondents says, we have to pay staffs from our own pocket, from our own savings, so that to survive or to save the business. Okay, from the findings also, the guest house has the below recovery. These are the findings or the recovery measures that the owner of the guest houses try to adapt. One of them is to reduce salary or wages. They try to reduce salary. Also, they terminate a contract for casual employees. This is mostly affected many of the employees, because many of them, they lose the job. Also, reduce employment benefits. The benefits that we expect or the employees expect, they tend to be reduced. Also, cancel contracts with suppliers. So if the materials or the suppliers that was not very important, they try to cancel the contract. Another one is to sell or to close down the guest house. So they try to adapt to cancel or to sell out the business. In discussion, the study affirms that COVID-19 pandemic has gravely challenged the traditional business model of the guest house, which focus mainly on accommodation and catering. So
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Guest houses and other accommodation establishments will have to be proactive in restructuring and developing a more diversified business model by deconstructions and reconstructions existing product and adapting innovative and creative approach to generate new business opportunity. As one of our colleagues said, we have to make sure we have more than one jobs so that we can survive with this kind of situation. So if maybe you are a reservation agent, you can just find another job so that we can capture with the situation that face us. And also the guest house must also consider utilizing a self-save strategy to utilize their cash flow, reduce their non-essential costs, enhance their operational capability, and make dynamic modifications. That's one of the strategies also we can just use so that to tackle with the situation. Moreover, the sector should focus on building trust in tourists, reinforcing and other their brands, also to make sure they promote packages and to adapt the one so-called the new normal. So to conclude, the findings yield significant insight to guide guest houses managers in responding to the current crisis and preparing for the future. So the future researchers can focus or can investigate more on assessing the economic performance of the guest houses and effectiveness of the response measures, recovery strategy, and empirical investigate. So that is another opportunity for other researchers to investigate more on the performance of these measures. Are these measures that they adapt, is it going to be used for, or what was the effectiveness of these responses? To say so, thank you.
Thank you, Naomi, for keeping time. Our next presenter is Mambosa. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hilda Malia. I'm going to present this week alongside with my colleague Mario Mombusasa with the title of Evaluation of Customer Perception on Food Safety and Hygiene Practice in Restaurant, and the case study is Ilala Municipal in Tanzania. So starting with the presentation outline, I'll take you through the introductory part, objectives, and for the sake of time, I'll skip the literature review and we'll proceed with the methodology, findings, conclusion, and recommendation. So starting with the introduction, the hygiene practices, these are the practices that are highly done with the aim of ensuring that it prevents and improves the health of individuals by reducing the diseases that are likely to be accompanied by the poor hygienic practices, such as foodborne diseases and other diseases that are accompanied by such conditions. So the food safety has become a major issue of public concern according to Center of Disease and Control, which means that this caught attention because it was seems that the death of which was caused by the foodborne diseases was high. As you can see on the statistics, it was seen as 48 million were ill, and 1028,000 was hospitalized, and the death was 3,000. Sorry. So according to Lee 2019, the cause that contributes to the risk of foodborne diseases in restaurants include inappropriate cooking condition, incorrect refrigerator, temperature, and poor personal cleanliness among food handlers. So it was seen that the food handlers are the ones that are likely to cause this illness, meaning if they store the food in the temperature that is not favorable, so the food is likely to get contamination. So the other one is, in the Western region was among of the region in the country that also experienced the episode of foodborne diseases. You can all bear with me that in this region we used to have cholera disease, and it was very terrible. Some of the death the number of deaths was high, and also some people were hospitalized. So therefore, food safety and hygiene practice was considered as an underlying factor driving customer perception on restaurant choice and continued patronage. This was according to Lee 2012. So the objectives of this study is to evaluate the customer perception on food safety and hygiene practice in restaurants at Ilala Municipal, and the significance to improve the food handlers' knowledge and to practice on food safety and hygiene practice at workplace, and improve curricula in academic, and to guide the Ilala Municipal Council on how to improve the food safety and hygiene practice among the food handlers. So let me take you through the methodology that was used. So the methodology, the approach that was used was both a qualitative and quantitative approach, whereby the questionnaires were administered to the respondents, and also the interview method was used. And the sample size was 90 respondents, and were purposely selected. And both primary and secondary data collected were analyzed using descriptive analysis. Okay, starting with the findings, 90% of respondents agreed that the restaurant cleanliness is an important factor when evaluating the overall quality of a particular restaurant. So the respondents agreed that before going to a certain restaurant, they have to evaluate the ambience of that particular place. If that place is if it's clean, if they practice the hygienic practices that has to be followed. And also 67% of customers responded that they tend to complain to restaurant employees if they perceive that restaurant is dirty. So we can see that the number of respondents that complain to a particular restaurant about the general cleanliness of that particular restaurant is very small. So as the overall result indicate that restaurant hygiene was found to be an important factor in customers' restaurant quality evaluation, future purchasing decision, and overall level of satisfaction. However, it was found that even though respondents from different genders answered that they perceive restaurant hygiene to be a significant factor, they tend to complain when they recognize that a restaurant's level of cleanliness does not meet their standard. And also hand washing was supported by 79.2% of respondents who cited it act as catalyst of food safety by customers. Meaning if the customers see there is a place for washing their hands, they will tend to think that that particular place, they follow the hygienic measures. The study observed that most of food handlers' hygiene practices has impact on food safety, who normally walk with clean and short nails, without nail varnishing, covering hair, using clean dishes and clothes when handling food. And also majority of customers cited that they were more concerned in food safety and hygienic practices, particularly in well-groomed staff, food handling, food preparation, and proper temperature of the food. By conclusion, we do not have to necessarily wait for the corona pandemic or any other disease to emerge so as to practice the safety measures. So it is the call for me and you to ensure that we practice these safety and hygienic practices so as to be safe on our side. I believe that the safety will start with me and you. So therefore, the level of safety is satisfactory among restaurants of Ilala Municipal, that the majority of these handlers had good hygiene practices, and this is due to the fact that the food handlers has knowledge on food safety training, hand washing, control of cross-contamination, handling of food materials, and prevention of food-related illness. So the general cleanliness of the equipment, restaurant, restroom, kitchen, cleanliness, staff, groomed, and quality of food ingredients were the major determinants of customer perception. Also, location and price element found to be influencing customers' choices of restaurants. So the study also concluded that most of the customers are very keen on hygiene standards, because this was quite evident in some of the restaurants where, regardless of the high price, there was still high flow of customers. You can take a good example in National College of Tourism. We have a restaurant and we offer food of a price which normally it's high, but the quality and the safety of that place is very high, meaning the environment is very clean, so the price is high compared to the safety of the customer. So in recommendation, the Ilala Municipal Health Department should strengthen supervision and regulation monitoring of food premises to ensure adequate food safety and hygiene practices among restaurants. And also restaurants owner should be sanitized on the importance of employing trained food handlers, and also to be sensitized in ensuring their staff are there to food safety and hygiene practices, such as washing of hands with soap, and also avoid prevalence of pandemic COVID-19. So furthermore, proper food safety and hygiene training will ensure correct passage of information to the employees and customers, and hereby increase participation in implementation of food safety system. So finally, the restaurant management is required to make sure that the food handlers are clean and free from diseases, and that those who are ill do not handle food in any capacity before they seek medication. So the management should ensure that the food handlers in the restaurant have been immunized against COVID-19 and all foods and all waterborne diseases such as typhoid, hepatitis B, and other diseases, meaning there are some of the diseases that are communicable. They can transmit from one person to another, so the food handlers have to be vaccinated and has to be free from all those diseases so that they can give service to the customers. Last but not least, the National College of Tourism should take a lead on ensuring that it provides services to it provides the training to the food handlers, to the restaurant owners and other service providers, so as to ensure that these hygienic measures and food safety comes first as far as the tourism and as far as customers are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda, for that good presentation and keeping time. Our next presenter is Jafari.
Is this one?
Has he uploaded? Because if he has not, and Zagera has uploaded, maybe. Zagera? Zagera?
Zagera is just next to you.
Have you uploaded? Okay.
You're fine.
I thought you had uploaded. Is now you're uploading?
Okay, yeah, we are uploading. They came late.
Okay. So members, as they upload whatever they have, let's capture that new thing they're bringing in the body of what? Knowledge. This being an academic conference, is very important for us not to miss that new thing that these researchers are bringing to the body of what? Knowledge. Remember, it is us who will tell the world how we survived, what we did within the COVID-19 period, such that even as people try to get literature on what happened, we'll have enough literature because most of us will have published and given our own story. So it seems you are set, so can go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, my name is Jafari Mwims. I'm together with Jessica William and Emmanuel Muhache. So I'm presenting on behalf of them. So our study is about digital transformation in hotel business, the case of 5-star hotel in Dar es Salaam. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start with the introduction. Whether you don't agree with us or not, we are in the new technology. Even you can see here, we are using this event almost 80% new technology, so we cannot skip it. And that's why we have decided to talk about digital transformation for hotel business, because that is one of the industries in this world actually using highly digital technology. If you look at, we are in the fourth revolution. As I said, we are using digital technology. But actually, it happens that we are using more digital technology, especially when it emerged this COVID-19. So the hospitality industry, tourism and the hospitality industry decided to use massively in order to make sure that they can sustain and also they can grow their business. So during the COVID-19, why digital technology is very important for hospitality sector is because they are depending on the sustainability and the visibility of their business. So, and it is one of the important factor in the world generating more income of the country. And that's why we as a researcher, we decided to opt on that important topic. So let me go specific objective of the study. The main purpose is to assess digital transformation, as I said, in hotel business, with specifically to assess the hotel business situation prior to digital transformation process, and also to evaluate the digital transformation process itself, as well as to recognize hotel business situation after the COVID transformation process in the period of COVID-19 epidemic. Literature review. So this paper actually supported by reinforced technology and accepted model. This is enforcing for people who are very dynamic to use new technology when they want to succeed in this world. And also this is supported by the conceptual framework.
Methodology.
Pardon? Pardon?
Skip literature, got the methodology. Skip literature, got the methodology.
Literature, you said?
Skip literature, got the methodology.
Okay. Significance of the study. The present study actually, when you investigate or use this digital transformation for hotel business, actually to reduce operation cost. As you can see that if we are using human being, there are a lot of labor costs can incur there, especially in the country. And also to improve the quality of both service and the product. Once we have improved quality of service and the product, at the end of the day, customer will be satisfied. And also another objective is to study, at the end of the day, will increase website traffic as well as digital revenue. Methodology of this study. The study actually, the study area was about 3-star hotel, namely Kilimanjaro Hyatt Regency Hotel, and another hotel was Johari Rotana Hotel, and the third one was Ramada Resort. And the target population of this methodology was 30 respondents, simply because we used purposive sampling, because we based only for executive managers only. And that's why our research tool, it was interview only. Research finding. As you can see, the research actually revealed that all hotels, they concluded that they are using, because this hotel are the 5 stores, so they concluded that they are using digital transformation in various sections. So the respondent actually was percentage almost 81%. Kilimanjaro Hyatt, it was 30%, as you can see, and the Johari Rotana was 24%, and the Ramada Beach Resort was 27%. Also responded that during the COVID-19, sales revenue and visibility of the hotel was very low, and also revealed that before COVID-19 pandemic, just to respond, the objective number 1, the digital technology was literal. In case of operation cost, as I said, all managers responded that experienced high cost from the digital transformation during the period of COVID-19. Because you know, when you introduce a new topic or new technology in the business, it incurs a lot of money. For Kilimanjaro Hyatt Regency and the Ramada Resort, the sales and the revenue was about 19%. But for Johari Rotana, they closed almost a year. So to them, it was a big problem. Final findings. As you can see, 41% was actually, digital transformation was about, before that was about 41%. But after transforming the digital, it was about 59%. Discussion. In hotel sector, technology was allowing hotel business under analysis of different tools to promote product and the services they provided. They use both the Internet of the Thing. What is the Internet of the Thing? The Internet of the Thing is of a growing network which connect devices to communicate with central servers. So for hotel, it was very important to use Internet of the Thing, because this one, it integrates all services, such as automated door lock, access when the guests want to check in or check out, he can access or monitor himself. Conclusion. To qualify in this hotel sector, today, any country, it is imperative to hotel companies to cooperate digital transformation into the business management. Because of what? It has a very impact in economic perspective. In other words, digital technology allows the hotel company to reach more customer awareness, and also it reduces cost, and also it manages relationship with its supply more smoothly, and participate network and other companies that have complement service to the hotel. Recommendation. So researchers will end up with the following recommendation. Digital transformation for hotel is the key cursor of the growth and the sustainability in Tanzania. We need to leverage on that. Whether you don't like it or not, we need to leverage. If you can see here, almost participants, you are using mobile phone. That means for some extent, you are using digital in order to access this event. So, for further research on this, we recommended that, because this research was based on a 5-star hotel, so we recommend that for the future research, we have researchers there to go for small and medium hotel, so that they can train them to make sure that they use this digital technology in this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jafari, for venturing into this very, very wide area. As we said from the start, the area of technology, many accommodation facilities have invested and innovated more than any other area in the area of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and many other methods that are removing contacts, human contacts. It's a very, very wide area, and I'm sure it's a good area for us to read your full content on whatever you wrote. So thank you once again. I would want now to invite Mr. Zegera. Thank you once again for keeping time.
I've done research on this. I look at all departments, front office, housekeeping, back office, technology. I'll publish November this year. I'll publish.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Zegera Kunani. I'm a tutor in tour guiding operation from Mwanza campus. So I'll be taking you to my research, which is titled The Influence of Habitat Types in Tick Distribution. Keeping in mind that the impact of, or the negative impact of COVID-19 was not only facing the tourism sector, but also in the side of conservation. And talking to Tanzania, when we say tourism, mostly more than 50% is based on the wildlife tourism. So this study was based on trying to look the influence of these habitat types on favoring the tick distributions, but also coming with some approaches or the measures which can be used instead of, maybe they can be environmental destructive, but also they can be cost effective in the side of conservation. Mostly in the areas where, or in the time where there is devastating effects of the pandemics like COVID-19. So, coming to the introduction, actually the ticks, I think we all know ticks. These are ectoparasites which are found in the order arachnids, but also they normally infest the different animals, mostly for the ungulates, but also the animals which are belongs in the family canids, the dogs or the dog family. So they're normally distributed in tropics and subarctic regions, but mostly you can find them in subtropics and the tropic regions. So these ticks normally, they spread the pathogens which can lead to the tick-borne diseases. And according to the study which was conducted in 2006, estimated number of 1,500 of the ungrets, the African buffalo, was died because of this, the pathogens which are normally transmitted by these ectoparasites, the ticks. So normally they have a behavior for the nymphs. After the eggs have been laid, they normally climb a certain distance to the grasses, and then they can quest it to the animals and then consume bloods, but also they can transmit those pathogens which can lead to the tick-borne diseases. So the impact is huge compared to some of the parasites, which many studies has been conducted about those parasites compared to the ticks. So coming to the problem statement, normally the problem, as I've said, the tick-borne diseases or the Lyme diseases has a great negative impact to the wildlife, which are the key attractions for most of the tourists coming to Tanzania and other regions for their vacations and also looking these wildlife resources we have. So this study was especially trying to look on assessing the tick population distribution and interacting factors that potentially affected the tick abundance across different habitat types. So this study has three main objectives, specific objectives. The first one is to determine the abundance and the diversity of ticks in different habitat types, but also to compare the tick species diversity in different habitats. And the last one was looking to determine the influence of environmental attributes on ticks distribution in different habitat conditions and composition. So the study, as I've said it before, it was conducted in the Central Serengeti National Park by selecting three habitats, which namely the woodland savanna, the open grassland, but also the riverine habitat. So coming to the sampling design and data correction, in each of the three habitats, 5 transects of 200 meters was established, but also between one transect and the another there was 5 meters each, but also from maybe the road, it was taken 20 meters is where from the road 20 meters was skipped. This is because of the edge effect from the road. So there was 2 methods of sampling of this tick, and normally the ticks for the adult ones, after questing to the animal and get full of, after feeding on the animal, when they get full, normally they fall down. So instead of using a single method, I opted to use the 2 methods, which was, the target was the 2 kind of ticks, which is the adult one and the nymph one, or the sub-adult one. So the sub-adult one, normally they are hungry and they normally quest a short distance to the grasses, and it's where they are looking for the host to attach themselves and then to find to feed, I mean. So the first one, the quadrat method was used. This quadrat was tossed 10 times in the length of 200 meters. So was tossed randomly in 10 times, but also the ticks were picked within the quadrat and were stored in the ethanol or in the arc of 70% for further identification, but also for further data correction from these ticks. So, but also the other method which was used is the use of the cotton wool, or we call it the piece of cotton funnels with the stripes. This was put along the grasses within those transects which was established in each of the habitats, and the tick were themselves attached to the cross is because they normally sense the vibration of the grasses, and when they sense, normally they attach in the moving object. So after then, the ticks were also picked from this cloth and then stored for further identification, but also for further data corrections. So this is the sampling design which was designed for those of the 3 habitats. So coming to the data correction, the morphospecies concept was used, and this is according to Pick et al. In 2002, is grouping the species according to their structures, and then they were identified. But also the R software package was used in the package of the Parsons correlation analysis, but also the Shannon Winder index to find the species diversity. So coming to the results and the discussion, for the 3 habitats, as you can see, the species, the number of individuals in the woodland savanna was 427, but also in the riverine was 172, but there was less number in the open grassland, which was only 29. So the species diversity in the woodland was 1.72, in the riverine was 1.75, but in the open grassland was 1.27. So coming to the Texas species density, actually for the woodland savanna, there was a high species density. This is because the ticks normally they avoid in the open areas because they undergo desiccation. It's when they can be heated for a long time with the sun, you can find them, it's like they're drying out. And then they prefer these areas because there is some shade, but also some of the species, they are host specific, meaning that you can find them only maybe in buffaloes, but also you cannot find them in maybe other ungulates like wildebeest. So they were preferring in the areas where you can find animals normally take shades, but also for them to protect themselves from the high sun intensity. Coming to this, to the tick species diversity, there was a high number of diversity in the riverine habitat.
2 minutes remaining.
Okay. This is because most of the ticks, most of the animals after feeding somewhere and then they were heading to the water points to drink, so you can find that there was diversity of this species more than in open and woodland savanna. Apart from the biotic factors, but also we were trying to correct data for the abiotic ones, the temperature and the humidity. And here I have results which shows the positive correlation between the temperature and the species diversity, meaning that when the humidity increases, the species diversity also increases. And there was a negative correlation between temperature and the species diversity. So I tried to project the distribution map, and this is the zoomed one. So you can see the distribution of this species in those 3 habitats. So by concluding, normally these ticks, the most preferable method for tick control, which was used, it is fire suppression or the prescribed burning. But also, this is not that much effective since it's normally applied in the open grassland. And most of the ticks, as we have seen, normally you can find them in the woodland savanna. So it's not that much effective in terms of control of these ticks. But also, these ticks, these sticks normally, there are some methods which can be used as by the use of chemicals in most of the areas where you can find that fire is not applied. This method can be cost effective, but also these methods of tick control in some of the areas can be environmental friendly, meaning that they cannot cause or they cannot pose the much effect on the environment. Taking into consideration that the use of fire, sometimes it has been perceived that they can be habitat, they can create the habitat modifications. Some of the species of animals, they are habitat specific. So applying fire frequently, sometimes you can cause destruction of the habitat, and then instead of maybe controlling ticks, you can cause the negative impact also to the habitat of some of the animals which are species specific. By saying so, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Zengera, for bringing another perspective on the sample size, research methodology, and I'm sure those people who have done water management can resonate with you very well. I wish you can check on how Sweetwater's camp, how they are managing ticks using what? Cows. Bringing cows there and how they are managing it. Members is already what? 0254. And I am sure he's standing there so that he can advise us to go for lunch. But before you do that, do I ask for only 2 questions before he gives us on the way forward, so that I can give the audience 2 questions? Pius. Has he uploaded? You're uploading now? Maybe as he uploads. Yes, you're uploaded. Okay. Yes, I told you that we do marathon, and that's actually what we'll do, because we have to make sure that we take care of all our interests, including also having our lunch, so that we don't interfere with the whole afternoon program. Once you are done, you're done. Great. Pius, continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Free of Forest, Teresia Msanga and Golizen Lengai, I, Pius Gondeka, I'm here to present the title that stated that the safety and hygiene practice for sustainability of gastronomy, tourism after post-COVID-19, the case of Moshi district in Kilimanjaro region. Why Kilimanjaro? It's just because Kilimanjaro is due because of the presence of Mountain Kilimanjaro, and the aim is there is a number of more visitors who visit the site, and we have several cultural sites, and among them that we have tried to go through, we have Rao as one of the case studies. The presentation overview have introduction, problem statement and justification, research objective, a methodology, and finally we'll have a conclusion and recommendations. Introduction, safety and hygiene is the main concern for the ensure community health because it strengthens our sustainable development of, by supporting national economies, trade and tourism. That the issue of safety and hygiene is most important in every area. So we have to consider this much because it's contribute in different areas. The gastronomy tourism has become a compass cultural practice, and recently the serving as consumption of food has become a global industry, of which tourism is an important part in common with other services and experience the food offer to past modern consumers.
Let's go to the objectives.
Okay. We have, on the objectives, we have Three of them, one is to identify the type of local foods offered to the tourist in Mosh district, kind of foods that most of the tourists are likely to visit, to test of, but also to examine hygiene safety precautions implemented by the gastronomy vendors after the COVID-19. And the last from the list is to determine the challenges that will facing gastronomy in hygiene and safety implementation after COVID. The third area, as I spoke before, it's Bosch district, whereby we have several these cultural sites, whereby they're the ones who are very responsible on this, and we have several areas that most of the people have been employed on this, selling different foods, local foods that's being advantage to them, but also most of the tourists, after their visits, they normally visit the area of those cultural areas and experience local foods that are being found in those areas. Due to the data that have been collected from 80 respondents from 2 gastronomy vendors through questionnaires, where 20 respondents were the gastronomy vendors and 4 respondents were the gastronomy owners, and 46 correspondents were the tourists from each vendors. The researchers' data were analyzed through SPS software and presented through graphics. The research findings, we have 3 of them. They continue that the environmental hygiene of the gastronomy tourism vending unit is the key ensured safety. To find of the study indicates that 60.7% of the vending unit has clean environment, waste bin, ventilations, and water presentation. That's due to the COVID has been meant that most of these people to follow all the measures that always have been presented by WHO. Also, on the other hand, the finding indicated that 29.7% poor practice in observing on the physical distance, that still the education was not much to them. That's why the issue of distancing, considering the distance and the other precautions that has been considered. However, 9.6% associated with the poor frequency cleaning of water, workplace and touch point include door handle and table. That's the educations about these precautions was not to all that have been involved with. Due to the issue of time, I should. So the finding also, on hygiene and sanitary practice among vendors, the indicators of good hygiene and sanitary practice were recorded and indicate that 58.9% adhere regular hand washing with the soap prior to prepare food, frequently use of alcohol based on hand sanitizer and good respiratory hygiene. This is we can say more than half of the percent people knew about the uses of these sanitizers and other precautions. On the other hand, poor hygiene sanitary practices recorded among gastronomy tourism vendor, which indicated that 22.5% of the vendors facing difficulties in avoiding cross contact, while 8.2% non-hand washing with the soap and irregular use of sanitizers. However, the finding indicates 10.4% among the gastronomy tourism vendor are poor in handling money properly. So all of this shows that not all percent that should be considered on the issue of taking care of themselves or the area that's considered on the issue of COVID and all precautions that have been done by WHO. Discussion of the gastronomy tourism vendor and owner in Mosh district believe that hygiene and safety are the main influence to the tourism to choose the gastronomy vendor. It suggested that the infrastructure such as recent food tails and with other facilities for cooking storage, washing, and garbage removal is needed to offer health and safety food to tourists, also effective hygiene practices to minimize the risk of cross-contaminations. So the results of this study underlines the key safety and hygiene practices for sustainability gastronomy. Tourism will also encourage tourist visitations after COVID-19. It was established that gastronomy tourism vending sites should maintain an adherence to both food and environment safety measure and hygiene practices for the COVID across contaminations. It suggested that a basic training on food safety and hygiene practices should be prior conditions to entering gastronomy tourism vending venture, and consistent inspiration and monitoring to be done to ensure the translations and acquired basic food safety and hygiene knowledge into appropriate and safe food code practice. That's the education and training should be considered much to make sure that the training on how the importance of using these sanitizers and all other basic means of precautions that have been made by WHO should be considered. So people should be trained much on this so as to make sure that to avoid, to be far from the spread of these diseases. But the other thing have been considered that the foods have never been stated out that could be among of the reason or causes of the spread of the COVID-19. That's why most of the visitors try to use, and that's why we have gone across these studies. So recommendations, the physical distance appeared challenging, so factory floor plans should be designed to provide this measure of spacing between. Distance was particularly an issue in the sorting, cutting, preparation, and serving. The issue of distancing was much problem, as we can be assured that, and we can be presenting that the issue of distance not only in Kilimanjaro due to the area that have been done research, but also here. That was the big problem due to the population that we have it here. But the other is to encourage training on safety and hygiene from Ministry of Health in collaborations with the National College of Tourism. That's the issue of training. The Ministry of Health should collaborate with the issue of with the National College of Tourism so as to offer training to make sure that the issue of COVID-19 precautions are be considered. To encourage the proper use of personal protective equipment and adherence to the guidelines issued by public health authorities. The protective gears that should be used mostly to make sure that everyone should consider the useful of this. Last from the list, to ensure the desinfections of utensils, pots, countertops, and refrigerator at every use and minimize the risk of cross-contamination among foods in terms of during storage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping time. Chair, even if time has really gone, can we give them only 3 questions from the audience? 2, 3, 2, okay. Okay, Chair, help me now. Who will?
Those who have never spoken.
Okay. Yes. The first one. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have a question, actually 2 small questions to Mr. Bajune, who presented on child labor-related issues in Zanzibar. Best to my knowledge, the United Republic of Tanzania ratified the ILO Convention number 138 on minimum age convention back in 1973, and the ILO Convention of 182 back in 2001, and that convention is on the worst forms of child labor. These two conventions were the pillars which led to the country to enact the Employment and Labor Relations Act number 5 of 2004 and the Child Labor Act number 21 of 2009. So, that being the case, in your study, given that the country has moved to that level, plus other many initiatives, why do you think it's still the case? Second, would you please differentiate between child work and child labor? Thank you.
Thank you. Lady, we balance the man at the extreme. Lady. Akina dada.
Before she raises up, one to Mr. Zegera. Yes, I like your study, very scientific one, but I wonder why did you choose not to include human intervention? You have tourism activities going on. Does tourism development influence anything on the distribution and the spread of these ticks? So to speak, how does tourism count into the spread and the impact of ticks in Serengeti?
Thank you, Dr. Shogo, and then.
Thank you, Chairman, and I commend all the presenters for a very good presentation. My question goes to Mr. Bajun. Just to continue where Dr. Batinoluo ended, not all the work that are being done or activities that are being done by children should be classified as child labor. But again, from your presentation, I couldn't clearly understand what is the definition of a child labor. How can you differentiate it? Because there are a number of variables that would really differentiate. And this definition also would change from one country to another, but not only countries, even from one sector to another. And here we're talking about the tourism sector. So you have to consider issue of age, but also you have to consider even type of work that they're doing. But what hours are they doing those kind of work? But under which condition? But also even the objectives. But also, you have to understand that not all the work are negative. Some of the work are actually good because they have a positive impact to children's upbringing. So again, I would like to understand clearly what were the variables in regard to your study. Thank you.
Teresia, the last one, so that we can get some responses.
Thank you, all the presenters. You've done a good job. My question goes to Mr. Zagera. You've done a good presentation. The methods, the sampling, and the analysis was good. I want to know, you said that control of the ticks in the grasslands is by controlled burning. What about the woodlands? What is your suggestions for controlling the ticks in the woodlands? Thank you.
Without any order, the panelists now you can respond. Starting from my right, my left, sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, regarding the questions which was posed on the presentation. And I would like to respond for the questions which have been raised by the doctor from Open University of Tanzania. From all the effort made by the government adopting several conventions and pillars, which mark the pillars for managing this child labor, but still we have a case. We are asking ourselves why. And I think this is straightforward, that we have adopted these things before COVID-19. And yet COVID-19 has brought us a very huge scenario of parents lacking job. Therefore, these people who were at home, who are being cared well by their parents, now shift from home to somewhere else. Because some of them, as from the findings, it shows that they think maybe they are not well cared, and maybe from their parents have lost their job from various cancellations, which we have heard from other colleagues when they are presenting, that a lot of bookings were cancelled. Therefore, these parents, they lost job. So they went to the street to look something to do. Therefore, this might be the cause of these people, despite the fact that the government and all the society, we have adapted this convention, but still have that problem. Also, from the question posed by Dr. Shogo, to define the children, from the definition also in the background, we have tried to define children labor as the work done by those who are under the age of 18 that is exploitative, dangerous, improper for their age, it is unhealthy for their education, social, material, spiritual, and moral development. And we try to differentiate it from the work done by children, that work done by children, there is a little misconception that when a children goes to work as part of learning, and children go to work as part of earning income. Therefore, most of people who are going to work during the period after COVID-19, as we know that from my previous presentation, I said that from the hierarchy of needs, we are still producing what we consume. We are consuming, then we produce. And COVID-19 has led us not to have any preservation of food. Therefore, people they lack employment, they don't produce, hence they lack something to eat. Therefore, even children, they start not only to stay at home, therefore they go to the street to work, that they at least contribute something for their family. They shift from working to get an experience to getting to have something to eat. That's why we thought it's an exploitative in nature, and that give them give them not only an ample time to work and not to get experience, but rather they work for their families, that they get something to eat. It is different. That's why from even the findings, most of people, they tend to hide under the umbrella of, they get experience, but rather they are not getting experience, they are exploited. Thank you.
On ticks.
Okay. Maybe to start with the first question, I did focus on the tourist. Probably was one of the agent of distributing these ticks, is because most of the ticks normally they detect pheromones from wildlife, is where normally they find their hostie. So for the tourists, occasionally the pheromones can be detected by these ticks, and by considering that most of the tourists themselves, they normally go around maybe in the park with the use of vehicles. So even if maybe the ticks wants to attach themselves for these tourists, so it becomes difficult for them to be detected. So coming to the second question, is that most of the methods which is used in controlling these ticks in the open is the controlled burning or the prescribed burning. And why not in the woodland? Because sometimes it's, as I've said before, that fire suppression cannot be conducted everywhere. After the ecological assessment has been conducted is where you can conduct fire. But if you conduct it in the woodland savanna, mostly you are going to convert the whole area of the woodland savanna, converting it to the open grassland, which is you are creating so the homogeneous habitat where some of the animals that we lack that the habitat needs, which is found in the woodland savanna. So my recommendation is that some of the countries have been opted the use of chemicals. There are some of the chemicals, the one which is known as the pyrethroid, which is used by spreading it in the cloth, which is 1 meter square, and then is spread by the urine of different animals as a bait. So it's normally used in the woodland savanna where ticks find these areas, these traps, and when they get there, they normally being trapped and then they can die. So my recommendation is that maybe this method can be researched in terms of environmental effects, but also if it's environmental friendly, it can be also opted in Tanzania for some of our national parks and the other protected areas, rather than using only prescribed burning, which is sometimes not effective and can pose other side effects to the habitat. Thank you.
Any other question that has not been answered? Any other question? So once again, big round of applause to all the presenters. Thank you once again for surpassing the expectation in terms of time. You have actually managed that very, very well. And I'm sure that even though we are scheduled, for sure we'll catch up in other areas because for these presenters are very capable of doing that. So once again, let us thank you once again for accepting me to push you. Make sure that all whatever now you never get it in the what?
In the document. So once again, big round of applause as I call the chair.
Thank you, Dr. Francis. Please, another bonus of a round of applause. Wamefanya kazi kubwa sana. We know that the pressure of time, and I think it relates with the theme of how to deal with COVID-19. So most of you are familiar on disruptive management, and it has happened right now, and you have proven that you can be able to handle disruptions. So ladies and gentlemen, now because we are 1 hour behind time, and any time the minister might be here, the deputy minister, the only way to compensate time is during the lunch time. That's the only way I can see. So please, when you eat like if you are used to the food. Some people eat as if it is the first time they see the food. You are wondering of the broccoli, you are wondering of the cabbage, you are wondering, and then you chew like if you don't have teeth. Please, let us chew like soldiers, because we are academician soldier in that, we are academician army. Please, let's keep time, and let's be back here in time. Now, if we will be managing to be here in time, while the minister is not here, then we'll be able to carry the second presentation. But if the minister is here, and we're already in the venue, then we'll have to continue. The third scenario will be, if the minister is not here, we have started the presentation and the minister pops in, we shut down everything, and then we'll continue with the procedure. So those are the three scenarios, and I hope we are going to manage. And I forgot to make this announcement yesterday. All the food that you've been enjoying, all the drinks, and every service that you see here is highly managed by National College of Tourism. Yes. And it is 98% students. So please give them a bonus, a round of applause. Even the setup has been done by students who are taking events planning and management. It's a new batch, and they've told me that the setup is about Serengeti theme, and they've encouraged you to take a photo at the entrance. Now that will be after the event. To take the photo at the entrance, they've set the Serengeti theme. Some of you who have taken the photo, you would have noticed that the sunset is as if it is real, and the leopard is very real, only that is looking aside, not at you. So please take the moment to enjoy the lunch and be here on time. Asanteni sana, bon petit.
Can be sustained. So there, in a nutshell, after knowing that, I decided to do research on how manager commitment can help to ensure that the environmental management practices are implemented in the hotels. So the objective was two objectives: to assess influence of management commitment in the implementation of AMP, environmental management practice, among hotels. And the number two was to assess implementation of environmental management practice on the hotel business sustainability. I adopted the theory of stakeholder theory, whereby it addressed the business ethics that address the moral value in managing organization. Stakeholder theory evaluated recommendation by which the managers safeguard the interests of those groups which are the stakeholders. And the study methodology was descriptive research design, and was conducted in 5-star hotel in Arusha in Dar es Salaam. I used structured questionnaire to collect data, and the respondents were sampled purposively, and the 400 questionnaire were distributed in 50 hotels. Our analysis and finding, out of 400 questionnaires were 266 were returned, which is almost 66%, and is acceptable for inference. And out of 266, 11 had a lot of missing. So I used the list-wise deletion, and the main method we are used to remove the outliers. The kurtosis of between 1.1 and 3, it was less than, kurtosis was from 1 to 3, and it is acceptable. After that, I did expiry factor analysis, whereby I ran the APF by principal factor analysis, because to produce better estimate, and KMO, you can see KMO is good, 0.94, which is acceptable. And after that, the exploratory factor analysis produced 7 factors or construct, which account for 62%. You can see 62%, which is acceptable, and aging value was more than 0.9. After doing the APF external factor analysis, I did confirmatory factor analysis and produced such a model as you see, and and the model itself was fit as all indices were accepted, were between the range which is accepted. And the regression weight for the CFA model is all of them had a good loading, including the significance. All of them were significant. After doing the CFA, I did average, what's called average, to ensure that before going to the structural equation modeling, I was looking on the validity of the construct, and I found that 4, I attained the average value according to our 2011, and 3 were below, but those 3 were not removed because composite reliability were above 0.6. After knowing that my all contracts were within the acceptable level, I did what's so-called I did
Can you please go to the findings?
Okay.
You are remaining with 4 minutes.
All right. So I did say structural equation modeling, and that's my structure, my model. You can see that management and the MP were loading also, the load 0.57, and the MP to sustainability load by 0.68, which is quite good. And these are the regression weight for the structural model, and you find that all of them had P less than 0.0. And after that, I tested a process whereby I found that management commitment influenced positively the implementation of the environmental management practice, and also implementation of the environmental management practice has positive effect on the water sustainability. In that case, I discussed my finding that it's true that management commitment affect the implementation of the environmental practice. Management commitment affect the implementation of practice in the following area: by prioritizing the employee training, use of technology, formation of the environmental management committee in the hotel, establishing environmental policy, and monitoring, and the monitoring of the environmental performance. Also, I found that MP has effect on the business sustainability, and the following were not by that when you implement environmental management practice, what's happened that it improves the competence of the business, there is a guest satisfaction, it reduces operational cost, marketing strategy, and improve the brand image, and also it improves the financial gain in the local community. Implication, conclusion, it implies that environmental management is a major external component that affects the hotel business sustainability. And the second one is a hotel manager plays a strategic role in ensuring that they manage the organization based on the moral value that address the interests of the stakeholders. I conclude that that hotel manager commitment in the implementation of EMP plays a pivotal role in the sustainability of hotel management practice in the sustainability of the hotel business in Tanzania.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the nice presentations. It was the wonderful presentation whereby actually he was making the direct and indirect relationship between management commitment, environmental management practices in the hotel, and the sustainability, and he used the scientific model, structural equation modeling, which shows simultaneous direct and indirect relationship. Thank you very much. We go to the next presenter, that is Mr. Goodluck Nkoe and Mr. Emmanuel William on electronic word of mouth toward the choice of tourism products, a recovery strategy from COVID-19 in Tanzania. You are cordially welcome. 10 minutes are enough for you. The podium is yours. Take off.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Manuel, a tutor from National College of Tourism. I'm here for the title of Electronic Word of Mouth Toward the Choice of Tourism Product, a Recovery Strategy from COVID-19 in Tanzania. The study was conducted in Lake Duluti, located in Arusha, in a small village known as Tengeru. It is found in a district which known as Arumeru in Arusha region. We selected the site due to the number of tourists, especially domestic, that they have been visiting the site. So we would like to ask them about how have been they planning their safaris and their tours. So for the introduction, electronic word of mouth had the ability to influence tourist purchase decision, including interest of visiting the certain destination, but the more frequent and more positive electronic word of mouth shared by customers and social media lead to a greater level of satisfaction and customer loyalty, saying by C1 2014. In reality, the internet today has surpassed all medias as the primary source of tourist information for travelers and tourists to prefer read travel stories from other travelers and better understand the situation of tourism or tourist destination in a particular site. Priogo 2016. We were having objective to assess the effect of electronic word of mouth toward the choice of tourism product. A specific objective was to identify electronic word of mouth tool used when choosing the site. The second was the most tool source of travel ideas used when planning the tour or safari, but also during the tour and later after the tour. But later, to evaluate the willingness of tourists to share their understanding about electronic word of mouth they have used. Our theoretical framework is social contagion theory. I will not speak of this. We used the qualitative techniques whereby we used the sample size of 101 respondents was asked to fill a survey randomly, just because we were looking for the domestic travelers that they have been visiting the site, and we do not have a very targeted people in the area. So we was using a random sampling. Data was obtained through questionnaires and analyzed by descriptive statistic through Excel. I'll go direct due to my time is a little bit limited. Results, we were looking for 3. Electronic word of mouth tool used when choosing the site. And the second is the mostly tool used when selecting the site. And later the willingness of the tourists to share their experience and understanding about the site they have been visiting and the tool used to select the site. As you can see from the figure there, the finding obtained in domestic tourists in Lake Duluti that the 50% used the WhatsApp as the most tool using when selecting the site, and 26, which is 25%, Facebook, 20% was Twitter, and 4% was Twitter, and 20 is Facebook. Social media mostly used 65% the source of travel ideas, and 80% when planning the tour, 75% during the tour. So you can see the high number of tourists, they use social media for the selecting of the site to plan or planning the site to be traveled. In other hand, those strongly disagree. You can see in the graph there that after tour, most number of tourists use social medias rather than during the tour or when planning the tour and the source of travel ideas. Most of them, they use social media after the tour just because that's where they get the full relaxed time to use their social media. You know, when they are traveling, there are other places that they are not good in internet. So once they get back at home, that's where they get time of posting and sharing what they got during their safari.
3 minutes left. Try to speed up.
The social media extent, the tourists, they have been using. So you can see there, the Instagram is higher than the other one from Facebook, WhatsApp, and Twitter. So the higher number of tourists, they use Instagram. And later, I can ask you a question about the social media extent is used in. As now, if you look, we are live in Instagram, so you see the higher number is found there on Instagram. That's why they have selected that. Based on the results, the electronic word of mouth has positive, significant impact on destination image among domestic tourists. By looking on social media extent, as you have seen before, that according to Bennett, 2013, there was 1.41 billion users in 2012, 1.61 billion users in 2013, 1.82 billion users 2014, and 1.99 billion users 2015 worldwide. We do not have other data for these recent years. Tourists' willingness to share their experience, 75% were willing to share their...
Just a finisher.
Okay. By posting, you can see the Instagram, many people or many tourists, they use Instagram by sharing the experience by posting, less than other Facebook, Twitter, and WhatsApp. We concluded that the general conclusion, tourism destinations should develop an integral way to reach the customers as the technology influence to change their customer change their behavior, which can be carried by improving the quality service for tourists. Furthermore, better promotion can be carried out by optimizing the use of social media, such as Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and other promotion media. Thank you very much.
More hands of applause to him. Thank you very much. The topic is scholarly, philosophically, and directly related to the theme, that is the recovery strategy. Congratulations. Our next presenter, if not interfered, remember we are using contingency theory here. So the next presenter here is Mr. Francisco J. Maiga, Dr. Emmanuel Patroba Mohache, and Daniel Mkilanya. You are welcome. Just take 10 minutes for your presentation. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
Someone to assist on the computer?
Okay, good.
There are people who are used of that laptop. Wonderful, take off.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Because of time, I will try to be as quick as possible. I will present on the entrepreneurial ecosystem, a spatial assessment of success factors for tourism enterprises. So we are all aware that the concept of entrepreneurship is of keen, and scholars and researchers are interested to know different aspects of the concept, but more so they want to understand why do entrepreneurs succeed and others fail. So to catch on that, the scholars have come up with the concept of entrepreneurial ecosystem. So the entrepreneurial ecosystem is a set of elements that impact someone's decision to choose to join in tourism, rather in entrepreneurship, to start an enterprise. And these elements in the ecosystem, they are the ones which can determine whether the startup will be successful or it will fail. So these elements, I will try to rush as quick as possible. These elements that we are talking about, let me take you to my objective. The objective of this paper is to examine the state of entrepreneurial ecosystem in the 3 regions, Arusha, Dar es Salaam, and Iringa, by assessing the success factors of tourism enterprises, the mediating role of government and development partners. So our study used mostly literature review, questionnaire, some interviews to local actors in the tourism business, mostly small and medium enterprises. So I picked a few literatures about the concept in question, the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and the term itself was coined from the biological perspective of the ecosystem. Initially, the scholars who came up with this concept had a perspective hypothesis that everything that coexists, there is some sort of interdependence, interrelation between the different actors. So, knowing that, the scholar, and in this case, Reynolds, in 2005, and STEM, all conclusively agreed that the entrepreneurial ecosystem is of essence for the...
I think we have to stop and allow the other program to continue.
Thank you very much for your time and for the applause.
Can we all stand up please, tusimame. Tupige makofi wakati mgeni wetu anaingia tafadhali. Those claps are not enough as we are coming from lunch. We may be seated as well. Dr. Kairuki will love you to be in front. I don't know where you are right now. Mheshimiwa Kairuki? All right. Honorable guest of honor, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Professor James Ndoe, Honorable Acting CEO of National College of Tourism, Professor Dr. Mtei, the retired CEO of National College of Tourism, but also the member of East Africa Legislative Council, Dr. Shogo Mlozi, the director from the Ministry of Tourism, who is here, the high table protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, presenters of the papers, distinguished invited guests from different nationalities, members of the press, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Na wasalimu kwa jina ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Honorable guest of honor, in front of you is the academia elite who have been for 2 days presenting papers which reflect the very essence of the title of our conference, of which I'm sure you've already been briefed. And to save your time, I wouldn't like to brief you again on that perspective. And without further ado, I would love to welcome those people who are doing rapport so that they can tell us what has happened, so that the guest of honor can have a great insight. After that, we are going to issue certificates and then closing remarks and then vote of thanks. Please, rapporteur team, if you are ready, the chairperson can come and present the preliminary recovery of our sessions today, even the executive summary. A big round of applause for Mr. Ernest. I presume he's going to present.
Honorable the guest of honor and the high table, dear participants, some of you have been presenting, but some of us have been moderating the transaction of the discussions. It has been busy 2 days, as you know, the guest of honor, when academicians meet and then what is in front of them is to juggle ideas, test theories, but also share experiences, and all these aim at one thing. Because the role of academic institutions, we have 3 major roles. One is teaching, yes. We produce the workforce, but again, the other is doing consultancies. But again, the third is extending your services back to the community. And the community will involve also our key stakeholders, and the stakeholders here are operators of the tourism and hospitality industries. So the key output for the 2 days discussion were put under 2 or 3 groups. And we are presenting this in terms of the resolutions that has been drawn from the discussion given through presentations of a total of 53 papers. It's a big number for 2 days, but again, we thought we need to exhaust issues. As you know, the guest of honor, Africa is just emerging from the historical catastrophe that is COVID-19. Yes, the impact has been massive, both in scale, but also in length. But again, no aspect or segment of the businesses has been spared by this. So it was important to be as thorough as possible. But again, the rapporteur team has been able to summarize key points of resolutions, and I will present them as they are. Number one, we thought we have to inform the government now that there is a need, indeed, to establish a national platform that will have the role of overseeing the crisis, both in terms of response and management of crises and disasters in the respective countries. We understand that some countries are a little bit ahead in terms of having a formal structure that will always be in place, whether in case of outbreak of crisis. Some countries are a little bit behind, but it has to come now as our formal submission that we have that need, and we ask the government if it can champion this initiative of finally having a formal platform, organ or machinery that will undertake crisis management, but also crisis response. Number two, Honorable the guest of honor, we think that there is a need now to upscale the role of organizations which are known as destination management organizations, or in short, DMOs. These are organizations that are responsible for the promotion and marketing of our tourism or tourist destinations. Yes, we give different names in different countries, but in Tanzania, for example, this organization is known as Tanzania Tourist Board. They are promoting different aspects of tourism, particularly our attractions. Yes, but again, in the face of crisis, we are asking these DMOs, whether through their own machineries or by attracting other support, to really revolutionize the way promotion of destination is being undertaken. Number three, the guest of honor, we are also asking the government through its institutions to review the way information is being produced and disseminated. Because we know data is important. If you don't have valid data, which are produced and disseminated on time, and then it becomes too difficult for operators really to predict, but also to prepare themselves in terms of how, to prepare and how they can manage their businesses during the low business activities such as COVID-19. So the issue that came across the board is that operators lack data and key information from sources, most of which are public institutions, so that they can handle matters in time and more effectively. The guest of honor, I will take you through point number 4 as resolution 4. We also need to redefine the concept of domestic tourism. And this puts emphasis on domestic tourism to now become not as an ad hoc segment of tourism, but it has to be taken into the mainstream of tourism in our countries. For now, probably, we look at tourism as a safety valve. Once, it's only when everything has failed, and then we resort to domestic tourism. It shouldn't be that way. Tourism should be given equal status just as international tourism. Yes, our citizens may not have the same purchasing power as those coming from other countries, but again, we have to make sure that we have policy in place and we really encourage and facilitate domestic tourism activities in our areas. Resolution number 5, yes, we might be interested to look at the overall impact of tourism in our destinations, but again, there has been a feeling that we are not giving due importance in how tourism impact or improve the livelihoods of the local people. And therefore, this comes at the policy level. We have to make sure that policies are in place to make sure or to ensure that the interests and needs of the local people are taken on board when we are planning for tourism development. That is important, and cases has been shared and discussed on how tourism has not been benefiting really the local people in those places. But again, there has been an issue related to the quality of services in our industry settings. We understand that when tourists face difficulties in terms of the level of income or disposable income, and then the issue there is to be keen to only consume services that offer higher value for money. So unless our destinations in Africa can guarantee higher value for money in terms of tourism or tourist satisfaction, and then we don't have any guarantee that we'll compete effectively with other destinations. So this is a call now for our training institutions to try and make sure that they produce the workforce that is equipped with the necessary skills and knowledge to serve or to meet the requirements of consumers of today. Another point, the guest of honor is to create the environment for producing and sharing technologies. We understand we are in the era that we cannot do away with technology in every aspect of tourism services, but also tourism promotion. So it's key that the production of technology is facilitated in various ways. And of course, if we facilitate production technology, it can then be available at affordable costs. We have seen that without technology, and then we cannot reach out to all segments of the market, and this is key. The last area, the guest of honor that we have gathered as resolutions from these discussions is now to see the government becoming an agent of change. The government becoming an agent of change. We have many policies now which are outdated. We want to see that the policies are updated in time, but also they reflect the dynamics that the two industries of hospitality and tourism present. So again, we have to see that the government takes a front seat in terms of improving or building the capacity of all stakeholders in the industry in terms of operators, but those sitting at the, those playing a regulatory role in the industry. So these are a few resolutions that have been gathered, as I said, from the discussion that involved a total of 53 academic or technical papers. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ernest Momaja. And I think the guest of honor now, you have at least the overview of the 2 days hard work that has been done. And because there are other logistics being handled, allow me to welcome the Assistant Director of Tourism, Madam Kanansia Mdua, for some remarks, and thereafter welcoming you, the guest of honor, so that we can hear a word from you before you issue some certificates, and also we have an opportunity to take photos with you. Madam Mdua, welcome please for your remarks. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali.
Professor James Mdoe, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education, Science and Technology. Honorable Dr. Shogo Mlozi, Member of East Africa Legislative Assembly. Director of Research and Training, Minister of Natural Resources and Tourism. Head of Institution of Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism. Management team and staff of National College of Tourism. Head of academic institution from various countries, such as South Africa, Zambia, and Kenya. Representative from Tourism Association. Representative from Aviation Association in the country. Conference delegates, journalists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Thank you all on behalf of the Minister of Natural Resources and Tourism. I take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for enabling us to be here for 2 consecutive days and this event of closing. I would like also to welcome the honorable guest for official closing of these 2 days international conference on linking industry with academia on tourism and hospitality in a developing country. Thank you very much.
Please, have a seat. Madam Kanisia Madua, Acting Director of Tourism, Honorable Dr. Shogo Mlozi, former Chief Executive Officer of the National College of Tourism and a member-elect of the East African Legislative Assembly, various directors from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism who are here, Acting Chief Executive Officer of the National College of Tourism, heads of institutions of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, heads of educational institutions from various countries. I'm informed we are honored to have the Vice Chancellor of Tshwane University of Technology from South Africa, Professor Ndivuo Shipala, I hope I got it right, as well as Professor Charles Musyoki, the principal of Kenya Utalii College, representatives from tourism associations,
representatives from aviation associations in the country, conference chairs, moderators, speakers, conference delegates, distinguished guests, journalists, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for enabling us to be here today for this important event. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to officiate the closure of this important international conference. Indeed, it has been a very great honor. My gratitude also goes to keynote speakers, presenters, and indeed all participants for their marvelous contributions during the discussions. It is very gratifying to me to note that at this point in time, the National College of Tourism has successfully hosted its second international conference on linking industry with the academia in tourism and hospitality sector in developing countries, the main theme being post-COVID-19 resilience and recovery strategy for tourism in developing countries. Before going further, let me take this opportunity to thank all participants from outside Tanzania. I'm informed that we have participants from South Africa, Kenya, Zambia, Malawi, Canada, Zimbabwe, Namibia, as well as Botswana. It is indeed a great honor having you, and I hope you enjoyed your stay, 2 days stay in Tanzania, and I hope we'll provide some more time for leisure and relaxation as well after this event. But also, I would like to recognize some sponsors who have made this event successful. And these include the Canadian Executive Services Organization, Tanzania Tourist Board, Tanzania Forest Agency, Tanzania National Parks, Julius Nyerere International Convention Center, Hugo Domingo, Ngorongoro Conservation Area Authority, Home of Events Limited, and Amadeus Tanzania. We thank you, all of them, for their generous sponsorship to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism is one of the world's major economic sectors. It is the third largest export category after fuels and chemicals. And in 2019, it accounted for 7% of global trade. For some countries, it can represent over 20% of their GDP. And overall, it is the third largest export sector of the global economy. Unfortunately, tourism is one of the sectors most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, impacting economies, livelihoods, public services, and opportunities on all continents. It affected virtually all parts of its vast value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, in Tanzania, the tourism industry has continued to play a very important role in the country's economy, and it is rated among the fastest growing sectors in the country prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, prior to the pandemic, the sector recorded an impressive performance as evidenced by the increasing number of tourist arrivals from 1.14 million in 2015 to 1.5 million in 2019. Likewise, the tourism earnings rose from US dollar 1.9 billion in 2015 to US dollar 2.6 billion in 2019. However, just like all other countries, the trend dropped drastically during the COVID pandemic. Thanks God, the COVID-19 situation is improving now, and so is the tourism industry. However, the recovery is not to the tune that we would have liked it to be. And we're still, as a country, we do have very ambitious targets to achieve, which require concerted efforts from various stakeholders in the industry. For instance, our ruling party manifesto of 2025, and the Honorable Shogo can attest to this. The manifesto requires the industry to achieve a target of 5 million tourist arrivals and an earning of $2.6 billion US by 2025. This is a very huge task indeed, given the situation or the after effects of the COVID pandemic to the sector. And this is why I commend the College of Natural Resources and Tourism for arranging this conference at this point in time. Ladies and gentlemen, in one of the UN Secretary General's policy briefs on tourism and COVID-19, he put forward 5 priority areas that need to be addressed. The areas were: 1, to mitigate socioeconomic impacts on livelihoods, particularly women employment and economic security. 2, to boost competitiveness and build resilience. 3, to advance innovation and digital transformation of tourism. 3, to foster sustainability and green growth to shift towards a resilient, competitive, resource-efficient and carbon-neutral tourism sector. And the 5th, to coordinate and to boost coordination and partnerships to restart and transform the sector towards achieving sustainable development goals. On the other hand, on your part, I'm informed that you had time to discuss in detail the following topics: resilience and crisis management strategies, innovation, skills development, government and development partners, cultural tourism, wildlife tourism, climate change and sustainability, hospitality, hygiene and safety, as well as ICT aspects in tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, these areas are very pertinent in as far as reviving and boosting the tourism industry is concerned. I'm pleased to hear that you discussed these topics in alignment with the 5 priorities that I mentioned earlier, and in the context of the developing countries, Tanzania being one. Once again, I congratulate the organizers for coming up with these topics and the discussants for sharing their experiences, ideas, and insights. As a government, as a representative of the government, we are ready to receive the recommendations that we came up with so that they can inform our policy decisions in the future in the quest to boost and revive the tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, if I single out one priority area as mentioned by the UN Secretary General, advanced innovation and digital transformation of tourism, if I single out only this priority area, if you look at it, it is all about skills. One of the primary duties of my ministry is to develop skills in various areas. And this is well stipulated in our education and training policy of 2014. The vision of the education policy and training of 2014 is to have an educated and knowledgeable Tanzanian, skilled, proficient with ability and positive outlook so as to be able to contribute in bringing about national development. In that case, we have a big role to play. We are ready for it, and indeed we are doing it. We just ask our partners from the College of Natural Resources and Tourism to work with us in developing the relevant and the required skills in the tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe this is a good opportunity for me to inform you that as a ministry, we are responding to various changes and needs that are happening in the world as far as education, offering education and training is concerned. Currently, we are reviewing our education and training policy as well as our curricula at all levels of education, from preschool up to higher education. In that case, we call upon all stakeholders, because you are coming from the tourism industry, so we call upon you from the tourism and related industries to join us and participate in this exercise of reviewing our education and training policy, as well as reviewing our curricula, so as to respond to the socio-economic and technological development that are happening in the globe, as well as responding to crisis, just like what has happened with the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that every one of you has enjoyed the 2 days of the discussion and learning. Now we are about to close, and that being the case, I'm sure you are not interested in listening to long speeches. After all, I'm preaching to the converted, isn't it? I'm not from the tourism industry. I'm from the education sector. But I'm talking about issues on the tourism industry, so I'm preaching to the converted. That being the case, I want to bore you more, because I understand that you had enough time of sitting, talking, and stretching your minds. However, one of the objectives of tourism is leisure, relaxation, and you know it well. I hope and I believe the organizers of this conference, who are the gurus in this area or in this industry, have organized a relaxation session for you. That's my belief. That's my belief. They should prove to us. They should prove to us that they always walk the talk. So I hope they have arranged kind of a tour for you so as to visit our famous tourist attractions in our country. We have many of them, and we have heard about them. But if this has not happened, and you're here from Canada, from South Africa, from Zimbabwe, and everywhere else, you can grab the opportunity on your own. Grab it. Opportunities never come twice. They never come twice. So you're here. Please grab the opportunity. Try to visit our famous tourist attractions, and you will thank me later. What I mean is that you never regret, and you will have something to tell for the rest of your life. Ladies and gentlemen, with these few remarks, it is now my singular honor and pleasure to announce that the second conference on linking industry to academia in tourism and hospitality sector in developing countries, post-COVID-19 resilience and recovery strategy for tourism in developing countries is officially closed. And I wish all participants a nice and enjoyable evening and a safe journey back home. Thank you very much for listening.
I think it deserves the standing ovation. Please, let's stand and more clap with that. Thank you. May be seated. Honorable guest of honor, we're truly thankful for your speech. It has been very inspiring. Most of the minds here were already exhausted, but I can see smiling that we can even add one more day of a conference because of the energizing words that you have. And because we know that you're very busy with your schedule, I wouldn't love to continue giving some sentiments as well. So the very simple exercise ahead of us is issuing of certificates. Now, on this exercise, what we have done, we have just taken the few samples because we have agreed with the organizing committee if we have to issue certificate to every one of us, it will be a tiresome task, especially to the guest of honor, which is not a wise act. So please, I bear you to understand with us, if it appears that you are not amongst the sample that was picked to come and receive the certificate, don't fade away all the good of this conference and you carry that negative experience. Please, naomba tusameane. Si ukayaacha yote mazuri ukaondoka na hilo moja tu kwamba sikupewa mimi cheti na mgeni rasmi, ili tuweze kurahisisha maisha. So, Madam Jessica, please welcome to mention the names, and once they mention your name, you come on this side, you take a picture, and then you move on that side. I hope I'm clear. Coming whatever the direction, but move this way, and then that's the direction for exit. I believe some photographers will be on this side to take the pictures as well. Karibu, Madam Jessica.
The first participant is Dr. Shogo Mlozi. Professor N. Shipala. Professor Charles Musyoki, Dr. Shenolo, Dr. Enoch Mliuka, Dr. Martha Muthari, oh, sorry. Dr. Teresia Jerry. Miss M. Musia. Dr. Sarudzai Mutana. Dr. Konanani Twa, Dr. Emmanuel Ndoluvu, Dr. Juliana Kialo, Dr. Malome Prince Shai, Dr. K. Ngidi, Dr. L. Batilinuo, Dr. Prince Shah Malone. Okay. Dr. Ngidi Batilinuo. Remix.
Anaweza akapokea tu kwa ajili ya kupiga picha.
Sawa.
Alafu baadaye watachukua vitu vyao, vipo vingi tu.
Yes. Mr. Tula Okama, Miss Rhoda Kitila, Natesa Natuo, Dr. Emmanuel Nulovu, Dr. Charles Sierra N, Mr. Makungamago, sorry. Rosalind Gicheru, and Dr. Francis Kabi. Dr. Mutana. Thank you. That makes the end of our issuing of certificates.
Thank you, High Table. You may be seated. Thank you very much, Madam Jessica, for that exercise. Now, the following exercise is about taking pictures. And can I kindly request, if I mention your group, you come quickly, you make a pause here, remember to smile, and then you leave the room for others. The first group will be guests from, members of different institutions that are under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism. TTB, TAWA, TFS, NCAA, NMT. Those who are here, please, the representatives, can you quickly come and take the photo? Wawakilishi kutoka idara mbalimbali zilizoko chini ya Wizara ya Maliasili na Utalii. Na mbona wengine wasalizama tabasamu jamani? Asanteni. Honorable guest of honor, we had key speakers and the guest speaker as well. I will recommend the two keynote speakers, of which Dr. Shogo is already here. So please, Professor Chipala and Professor Musyoki as well, come and join for the picture. So we have three professors at the stage right now. It is worthy of recognition. Tuna maprofesa watatu sasa hapa na ni vizuri kuwatambua. Tuwapige makofi jamani. Thank you, of which I will request professors to stay behind. Don't go. All foreign participants, all the foreigners who are participants, please, it is your time as well. From different nations, except Tanzania. Okay, so if you know that you are a moderator, please stay behind. And if you know that you are not a moderator, please you may take your seat. On the same token, I would love to call upon all the moderators who are moderating our sessions for the 2 days. Please join the high table for the picture. A big round of applause for our moderators. They did an amazing job. Controlling the dynamics, pressure of time management, and all disruptive forces were acting upon the sessions. They managed it very well. Thank you very much. Now, two of you should not leave the stage, and also Doctor. Can I call upon all presenters who were non-NCT staff or NCT members? If you know that you presented a paper and you're not coming from the National College of Tourism Tanzania, please come forth. Yeah, presenters. Honorable guest of honor, all of these were brilliant minds which presented their papers, very sophisticated of them. And I think if we have a proper paper combined, I think the ministry will benefit a lot from these brains. Tuwapigie makofi jamani. They have also managed the stress of time. Most of them, they prepared for 30 minutes presentation, ending up presenting them in 7 minutes. So it was very stressful, but they managed them all. Asante sana. Can I now call forth all the participants? You never presented any paper, you never asked any question, never gave any introduction. Please come. Sorry? Please come and now take a picture. I think this will be the only evidence you're going to take back home that I was there in that conference. Wale washiriki tafadhali. Participants, you never presented a paper, but you were adding up the number, which is very important. Only one, and she's very shy to come. Please, me and you, oh, she's getting out, okay. Forgive my introduction then. My repertoire for you was very bad. All right. Can I call forth now NCT staff who for sure have done remarkable job of preparing this conference? They say usione vinaelea vimeundwa. The magic of the floating ship or vessel is behind the science behind it. So these guys are behind the brains of our conference. And can I call all the NCT staffs, please, karibuni. Tuwapigie makofi jamani. Most of them never sleep, especially the week toward this conference. They had sleepless nights to ensure that we live and stay here comfortably. And please, if you see there is any deficiency on this conference, don't blame them. Just take it with you or leave it here. But take all the good things from this committee, from this institution. Here we have people from Bustani, Arusha. Now I see. I think the stages are overcrowded. Okay, so Temeke, Arusha, and Mwanza, can you step aside? Ili tuwarisha walio wengi, alafu na nyinyi nitawaita. Yeah. So wabaki Bustani mbaki. I can see there's a struggle and scramble and partition for the finest post nearby the guest of honor. Can we call upon Arusha members? Can I call forth Mwanza, please? Mwanza staff? You are the only one. Then you have a privilege to come closer to the guest of honor. There. Can I call forth Temeke? Temeke is the second largest after Bustani. Can I call forth the organizing committee, aka the winning team? Yes, big clap for them, please. If you have any complaint, the food was not good, the food was late, you are blaming these people. They were burning their fingers to ensure that everything is pop-up. So please, let's clap for them. And they are looking amazing with their uniforms as well. This African print is so beautiful. I wish I could have the knowledge in advance. I could have prepared one for myself as well. Makofi tena kwao tafadhali. Asanteni sana. Last but not least, we have stakeholders. As NCT and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, we have our stakeholders, and these are tour companies, institutions like CESO, FIC, Amadeus, JJ, and everyone else that I have not mentioned in that arena. Please come and also have a photo as well. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. And our beautiful, amazing sponsor is here as well, in the middle. CESOSCO. It's quite a long Canadian abbreviation, of which the meaning can be amazing as well. There is a Swahili say, kinyozi hajinyoi. The barber cannot cut himself the hair. He has to call for another barber to do. But in this event, I think kinyozi anaweza kujinyoa. Kwa hii picha ya mwisho ni ya MC. Honorable guest of honor, up to that, we have come to the end of this meeting, of this conference rather, and we wish you all the best. Thank you so much for setting time to come with us. And ladies and gentlemen, can we please stand and big a round of applause as mgeni rasmi anapokuwa anaondoka na meza kuu. Akina mama, we can do the vigeregeres. It's allowed now. Yes. Asante sana. So we have, I'm told there is arrangement for the guests to move around for nightlife, nyama choma and everything. There's a barbecue. You will see your host to get those details. But otherwise, thank you so much for your participation. My name is Anto Luvanda. It has been a pleasure working with you guys.